Good morning. Welcome to the third day of our ISEP Conference, second day in person. We're glad to have everybody back. We had a lot of really great information shared yesterday, and we're going to start today by taking a moment to reflect. I know that we even had a presentation, Annalisa, on reflection yesterday, so we're going to take a moment to reflect. So I'm going to ask that everybody bring out their beautiful notepad that Nelson Mandela University so graciously provided us. And if not, you can flip the back of your program over. We're going to grab a pen. For those of you looking at the live stream, find some paper. Find something to write with. We're going to think about some of the things that we heard yesterday in the welcome in terms of a call to action, and even something that Clifford and Bruce said yesterday. What can you do with what you have? Let's think about the information that we now have from yesterday and think about what we can actually do with it. So the first thing I want you to think about is something that you took away from yesterday. Something that was meaningful, something that stood out to you. So take a second to think about that. And then the question I want you to ask yourself is, what am I going to do with that information now? Am I going to reach out to the presenters to discuss with them? Can I apply it to some of my own research? Some of my own teaching? Can I think about how it would impact me and my colleagues in our program, in our department? So as you write and as you think, I'm going to share mine. Our virtual day, we had a presentation that involved something called lesson study, and I've already been in contact with the presenters, and I'm thinking, how can I apply this, the idea of lesson study, in my online, fully online teacher preparation programs? I love the idea of it. I think it would be beneficial. I think it would help my students. We have a unique learning environment that's fully online. How can I apply this online? So the presenter and I are going to meet with Heloise as well, and we're going to think about how can we apply this online. So I'm going to open it up to everyone who's here now and say, would you like to share a takeaway and what you would like to do with that takeaway? And I know we had a microphone up here yesterday, but if we have a microphone, we can use those as well. Thank you. Michael?
I didn't. Okay. I really am going to cheat. I have two things I really took away. One had to do with traits, and that's the idea that slow down doesn't mean go slower. I was thinking about that because slow down, I have to think about that in that I like to take on 5 things at once. And what that means, and taking that back to my department, is we're looking at what we can do to twist some of the things we're doing in our doctoral studies, where I do doctoral leadership. And the second, of course, is I don't want to destroy his name, but Dr. Uthamulim, he's there. He's sneaking over there. I knew he was hiding over there. I really want to catch up with you, and because that idea of that cross-cultural stuff, because I really do a lot of work in emotional and cultural intelligence, and I want to see how that can work with that. And so 2 things is, of course, catching up with him more, and then how do we slow down and really focus on what we do well and making that better rather than taking on too much just to expand.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I know from our speaker, the idea of slowing down certainly stuck with me as well. And doesn't mean go slower, do less, but really add that critical thought. Thank you. Anybody else? John.
Well, from the virtual night, I know the folks from Kennesaw State, they talked about a model of educational leadership. So I've reached out to them, and we're going to coordinate and share ideas, because we're in the midst of forming our leadership program at our university, and they are as well. So I look forward to working with them cooperatively and collaboratively in the future.
I love that. And for those, I know I mentioned this at the beginning, for those who are newcomers or first timers at this ISEP conference, the ability to just reach out, right? Send that email, say hello, make that contact. It proves so fruitful in the future. So I look forward to that as well. Anybody else? These are great. Something you took away and how you can apply it. Okay. I hope those that are watching our live stream or recording as well can add that critical thought to today. And I hope that you can continue today through some of the sessions to think about how this information, even if not directly applying to you, can actually apply to something that you're doing, or maybe even a colleague who isn't a member of ISEP who could benefit from the information, because there's so much knowledge being shared here. So today we have some great sessions. Certainly we will have a wonderful lunch again. And what's very unique about today is at the end of the day, we'll end a little bit early today, and we have the opportunity to go on a campus tour of Nelson Mandela University. So we will meet right out front after the day ends, and we will all get to talk some more, form those relationships that'll last us until next year when we see each other again, and we'll get to see some beautiful landscape and certainly some more of the campus. Okay? Our first session today is going to start at 9:20, and it will be moderated by Robert Johnson. So he will come up at that time, and we will begin. Thank you.
Good morning, and we will start the. Well, we've all been engaged in the intellectual process of this part of this conference, but it will be more of the information and idea sharing for things for us to process and to consider. So, without further ado, let me introduce the first presenter of the morning, Ms. Dr. Hawa Hamza, and our session will be dealing with institutional engagement, building foundations for success. Did you want to use the mic or?
There is one there? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are you doing? All right. I have a lot of slides, so because of the time sensitive process, I will focus on those that need to really examine in a in-depth approach. This is really, I just wanted, okay, I didn't want to be very loud. So this is really something that I've been working on, and my major was foundations, or cultural and multicultural foundations of education with policy analysis. So that's my background academically, but I am also coming from a very diverse community linguistically and in terms of many other types of diversity which I will use here. And I'm very much interested in diversity and understanding the impact of diversity on teaching and learning. But this may be just a vain narrative if these perspectives and ideas are not really supported at the leadership level and at various aspects or let's say levels and dimensions of leadership. So today, most of us have just crossed oceans and regions and nations to be here. And so the global classroom that I would like to share a little bit about, as a teacher, whether grade level or at the university level, the classroom teacher is, I think, one plane flight away, maybe one boat ride away, or even just a border crossing away from experiencing a global classroom. And when we have a global classroom, even if we don't add global to that, but a classroom, we see human diversity in education. And when we say diversity, it has lots of characteristics. And part of what we do is really help our students mitigate the effect of diversity on learning. But even as teachers, we are also socialized beings who bring our own cultural frame of reference and understanding how to connect with the one I share the same culture, even if we don't look alike or speak the same way or behave the same way, is indeed, to me, what explains, to some extent, pedagogy as the science and the art of teaching. So, in what I'm doing here, part of the things that I found out here, but I'm also sharing, really is the fact that I've been doing it for so many years, for decades. And I also wanted to see, in terms of all the narrative going on DEI, but also on our own campus, what's being done, what are the mechanisms there that show institutional support to that notion of inclusive excellence? How does that also permeate our pedagogies? So, excuse me. I'll just do this one here. So this is just the agenda. Typically what I use in my own class on my sessions. And this is just really what it is trying to capture. And some keywords here, and I will not be defining all of them, but a few of them in terms of a definition will follow. So to introduce this, the paper presents a review of Niagara University's approaches to institutional engagement and community engagement pedagogy, and the critical role they play in preparing students for inclusive excellence in civic, community, and global engagement. So to achieve this, besides my own course that I'm teaching that I use as an example, I also went ahead and did some search through the websites, all the links that are there, to find out all these different approaches to institutional engagement. I also captured some images in the process, and we'll come back to those because they are reflective of some of the activities, for example, that the Levesque Institute undertakes on campus throughout the community. So the major objective of this study is to examine campus-wide, college, and course-specific approaches to institutional engagement in preparing civic and global citizens through inclusive practices. I think, as you heard Father Maurer yesterday, and even the night before, we all do have some pretty good idea of what we do at Niagara University. But I went ahead and looked into some of the documents in terms of the mission, the vision, the strategic plan, the principles, policies, resources, high impact practices, and engagement pedagogies that value human diversity in education and power inclusive excellence. So these are some of the definitions that I captured in terms of community engagement, community engaged pedagogy, engagement itself as a definition, and then inclusive excellence as defined but also implemented at Niagara University. Excuse me. Some of the research questions, actually, I should say 3 of them mainly. What are the NU approaches to institutional engagement? How does inclusive excellence permeate NU policies, resources, and programs? How are some core principles of inclusive excellence integrated in instruction? And so in terms of the methodology, it's mostly qualitative. Here are some of the approaches that I use. The document analysis, there are some DEI surveys done, focus groups, and then I looked at unit programs in connection to DEI course or related course, and field experience programs, course syllabi or SLOs, course assignments, specifically in terms of one of the courses that I teach, which I'll share here. And I looked at probably for many of you here, the first one is very familiar maybe, the NMMU, Engagement Conceptual Framework and Typology by Delange, Diversity Model, Kushner, McClellan, and Safford, the Inclusive Excellence Framework. So this is a little bit, I think some of the parts you may not see, but here it is again. So it is a little fuzzy here, but really what I am trying to look into here are some of these aspects in terms of teaching and learning, but also some of these programs on campus in terms of high impact. But this is really what I focus on in terms of understanding human diversity in education, how we teach, how our students learn, and how much effort we put into understanding the reality of diversity, the nature of diversity, or just the characteristics of diversity, and understanding how to engage with that as an instructor. And so if we all saw each other today at some place and we never knew one another before, and we look at this, I think chances are, whether this is in Maputo or in Lagos, in Tokyo or in Shanghai, in Washington or in Brussels, we will recognize our common humanity through this model. I think most of us share many of these characteristics of diversity. And so the question is, pedagogically, how much do we know about the impact of any one of these, or the intersectional impact on learning? And what are the kinds of approaches pedagogically that we have that would help us actually engage meaningfully with diversity? And so this is what I use when I talk about humanizing our pedagogy, because this is really about us, all human beings. And how do we look at that? And as I look at you, I see me through you, and I see myself through my students. How do I really meaningfully engage with my own humanity? The other framework is also that of inclusive excellence, which you can Google very easily and see. And these are the major dimensions, really. And I can see how, even in looking at other previous ones and one more, some of these dimensions seem to be expressing the same concern, the same idea, or the same approach. But I will focus on mainly inclusive practices in terms of classroom management, the climate, the community building. For the course that I teach, Human Diversity in Education, but also really mostly it's called Managing Culturally Responsive Classroom, or the Culturally Responsive Classroom. I am looking at those 5 elements of human diversity, but really definitely the 5 essential elements of culturally responsive classroom management. And what I do is ask my students, in observing during their placement, what are some of the things that they observe in terms of activities or practices in general that reflect, for example, number 5, which is commitment to building caring classroom communities. And there is a lot that I learned. And so in this paper, some of the things that I did really is glean their own analysis of cooperating teachers' commitment to building caring classroom communities. I may end up jumping over, but in terms of some limitations, the climate survey is showing some of these, and I think this is where, even when we are really moving along with the inclusive excellence, there are some issues to still address. And to do that, the Office of Inclusive Excellence is really putting some activities together for professional development, and I'll just jump to this one, for example. For this year, here is what is the office is planning. So this is the agenda. Teaching in a global classroom, the globally savvy professor looking within, the classroom as a global community, inclusive pedagogies, fostering civic, community, and global engagement, student-centered assessment. When you look at some of the links, for example, these are some of the things that the Levesque Institute is doing in terms of community engagement. And so for one of the assignments that is looking at those 5 elements of culturally, or essential elements of culturally responsive classroom management, one of the descriptions says, teachers as culturally responsive classroom managers recognize their biases and values and reflect on how these influence their expectations for behavior and their interactions with students, as well as what learning looks like. They recognize that the goal of classroom management is provide all students with equitable opportunities for learning, and they understand that classroom management, or culturally responsive classroom management, is this classroom management in the service of social justice. So I think what I'm trying to figure out is, as a teacher, how do I implement all of these ideas? And that's why I created, thank you, that's why I created the assignment. And I think just focusing on one element, here are some of the things that students came up with in observing and analyzing what they see, and along with some images of their placement, some very important ones. And so the implication is, to me, what do the review and analysis mean? And these are some of the things that I'm thinking about. And this is something that I'm developing in terms of looking at classroom management and the climate and the pedagogy in general in a very holistic way. In terms of looking at the different dimensions, this is still in the process of being fully developed. So I'm looking at behavior management or classroom management in a culturally contextualized way, so I can understand why this specific student behaves within his cultural frame of reference. Thank you, and I'll stop here.
In many parts of the country, certain elements are pushing back against, teaching inclusive education, DEI, whatever.
Let me go back here. That is a very good question, and I am actually expecting this. I think when we look at the climate survey and we try to unpack what this is saying, is also the notion that we know there is a level of resistance. But sometimes when you mention that, people would say, it's just really, it's not necessarily resistance, but it's reluctance. And that makes sense, because I think we are all socialized beings, thinking within our framework, cultural frame of reference, and I think thinking outside the box is challenging sometimes. As many of us have the privilege to be here or anywhere on any other continent. Most of us are not. And even as adults and as PhDs, we may not necessarily feel very confident engaging with diversity. But that's not a reason to fail to prepare our students, no matter where we teach. As I indicated, no matter where on this planet, to fail to prepare them to feel confident teaching to another human being, whether you are teaching in Washington or you are teaching in Johannesburg. And I think this is how teachers need to be prepared, so that in facing another human being, you understand that they may come from a different background, but actually also understanding that even within group difference is just as important as between group difference.
Thank you. Quick question about, you mentioned in the CRCM that it requires overcoming your biases, overlooking your biases. How do you get students to recognize and even confront their own biases? Did you work on, that's one of the challenges I find.
Yes, indeed. Very interesting. And when I go back to these slides, this one and then just this one, but let me go back slightly. in terms of looking at this. I think one of the things that I do in my classroom is, first of all, look at one of those. I use several frameworks. This me? One of them is the developmental model of intercultural sensitivity, which really, and that's by Bennett, it allows us to unpack our own perspective in terms of whether or not we are at the mostly ethnocentric stage or the ethno-relative. So it's a continuum. And therefore, we can begin to understand that by locating ourselves around along the continuum. And I ask them to really honestly share their perspective. We are all at different stages. I think you need to help students feel confident. It's okay to realize that we assume, but it's also okay to understand that we don't know. And that's where that cultural humility comes in, and really go beyond our biases. And I think that's what the specific assignment that I designed does. Because there are 5 elements, they will actually try to analyze the cooperating teachers' behavior towards diversity, but also the practices, so that they understand what it looks like to really recognize your own bias. And then they move to other elements.
Actually, less than that. So we won't entertain another question. We'll finish early. I had a couple of questions myself, but I'm going to ask them in another context. So let's thank Hawa for her excellent presentation. And I invite you to engage with her throughout the day with some of the unfinished business that you have in mind as you ponder her presentation. Angel is coming forth. She's a veteran of this organization, very practiced in conference matters. So she will introduce her title, and she will self-monitor herself in terms of time. I will do that as well. She serves as a moderator, but once you get up there on the stage, you forget about all that.
Thank you, Robert. So I am going to talk for a little bit about establishing a social science research lab. I'm in the midst of doing this, which will come out in my presentation. So I am hoping to glean some great information from some of you who might have some experience in some of these areas that I'm looking at. But I'm going to talk more about establishing a lab, and I'll talk a little bit about my own lab that I'm establishing. But if you really want to hear about my lab, I will talk more about it in the lightning talks this afternoon, where I'll go more in depth on the research that we are doing. So we're going to talk today about the benefits of a social science research lab, the challenges, some of the considerations and strategies, and looking at ways to build in sustainability when you are establishing such a lab. And if I can have a handheld mic, I would like to walk, please. Thank you. All right. So we're going to start by talking about some of the benefits, but the benefits are pretty much infinite, just like with any research or collaboration that you do. There's lots and lots of benefits. But actually, before I go into that, I want to just mention the general purpose of a social science lab: to conduct rigorous and impactful research that addresses social issues. So in the case of my lab, we are looking at global epistemic justice in scholarly communication. So we are looking to conduct rigorous and impactful research that investigates and addresses the critical issues around global scholarly communication. And again, I will talk more about my specific lab later today. But let's talk about some of the benefits Of course, the deeper you dive into research, the more you can understand the complexities. The research can then empower action. And I will be happy to share these slides if anyone wants to have them later, because I'm not going to go line by line. I'm also looking at an article based on just the general idea of establishing a research lab, but I am also in the process of starting an empirical study with people who have successful social science labs, because there's not a lot of literature out there. And when I talk about some of these areas, I'll mention that again. So back to the benefits: understanding the complexities, taking some action, fostering collaboration. This is an area where I am finding, if you have an established lab, it's easier to invite. I shouldn't say easier, it enables collaboration. So I am working with researchers in several countries, and again, I'll talk more about that this afternoon. But just having that lab and having regular lab meetings with your students, with other faculty that you're working with, it really fosters that collaboration. And it is collaboration, depending on the type of social science lab, can be very interdisciplinary, and it can be very international. So the lab that I'm establishing is both very interdisciplinary and very international. Experiential learning. So in a lot of social science labs that I'm looking at, and in mine, I have students of various levels. So I have students, PhD students down to undergraduate students. And in the particular college I'm working at, we even have the option of working with some high school students that are dual enrolled. I haven't engaged in that yet, but some of the other faculty in my institution are doing that. Because you're doing deep dives into different areas of research, you can look at theory development or hypothesis testing. In the lab that I'm establishing, we are looking at theory development. So we're in the midst of some grounded theory research. Let's see, what's this last point? Research to support teaching or community engagement. So one thing that we're doing in the lab I'm working in, and in some of the other labs in my institution, is it's circular in nature. So there's research that's being conducted, then there's courses that are being designed based on that research, or at least portions of courses that are being adjusted based on that research. My lab does not have a lot to do with AI, but some of the labs within my college do, and my goodness, that research is being soaked up very quickly into many courses. So social science labs can really help to enable expanding the curriculum as well. All right, some challenges though. Interdisciplinary work can be challenging. We speak different languages in different colleges. I actually come from an education background, so I worked in educational leadership, ed planning, thus why I'm here, but I now work in information science and technology, and some of the language is different. So I have to learn. I'm in the midst of being interdisciplinary, but if you have a lab that's interdisciplinary, you also need to be very aware that some of the language will be different. Some of the ways that research is conducted. I had no idea that if you're working with computer scientists and you're working together, say, on a research project, they don't always see a literature review the same way that we would in English or educational leadership or curriculum and instruction. Their method sections are just scary. But anyway, that interdisciplinary work can be challenging, but it isn't something we should run away from. We should engage in that because we can really learn from each other. Then of course there's just juggling multiple projects. If you're going to have a lab, you're probably not going to have just one project going on. You've got all of these different projects. So having those project management skills can be really helpful. And then there's the funding and resources. I'll mention this now, but this really also ties in with sustainability. having the funds to establish a lab, depending on the needs of the lab, and I'll go into that in a moment a little bit more, depending on if you have to buy equipment for the lab or if you're doing a virtual lab, the funding and the resources need to be a consideration. So that will look very different based on the type of lab that's being established. Recruiting and managing a team. When you're working in a lab, you will have a variety of needs that you can try to fill by hiring certain students or hiring certain faculty to work in the lab or through collaborations. But then that also requires the leadership skills necessary to recruit, then also to train and get these diverse teams to work together. So these are challenges, but they're also considerations and things you just really need to be aware of. Establishing protocols, having clear plans for how you are going to go through all of the different processes of research. When it's one person doing research or even a team that's collaborating, those things can be established in many different ways. When you're looking at a research lab, you really need to have those protocols in place. So each team in that lab are doing their work in a similar manner. So you don't have one team over here storing all their stuff in OneDrive and another team over here storing their stuff in Google Drive. You have to have these clear things established. If not, it gets really messy. And of course, research labs are more than research. This isn't necessarily a challenge, it's more of a consideration, but using the research to build human capacity or to begin advocacy, if that's what the social science research lab is about. So just understanding that the lab is more than just the research. It's learning for your students, but it's also what are you then contributing, not just the findings, but other things as well. All right, so considerations and strategies. Do you need a physical space for the lab? So in my case, last year was my first year at the institution that I'm currently at, University at Albany, and they gave me this huge lab space, and I had one PhD student. Didn't need equipment, most of my stuff is virtual. So then I ended up sharing the space with other people, navigating that. This year, I have a handful of students, and they gave me a small space. We don't even all fit. So when we have lab meetings, I have to get a conference room. So consider the physical space and what you're gonna do with that. So for some of the labs in the college where I work, they have lots of computer equipment. So they have to have, there's all kinds of regulations you have to know. You can't have too many computers in a room and that kind of thing. So consider the physical space, what you need. 5 minutes, thank you. All right, the computer and software needs, which I've already touched on a little bit, but what are you gonna need? So last year, I didn't have to get anything. I had one student, and he had a laptop. This year, I have many more students, so I got monitors so they could set up and actually look at the data on a bigger monitor. I started to find things that would help them to be more efficient. We'll probably be looking at some software purchases once we start analyzing data. So consider those things. That mentorship and guidance. And when I say that, I mean for the lab leaders as well. So I have encountered some, I'll say there's been a learning curve with mentoring my students because it was fairly new to me to be working with PhD students. A little bit of a background, I'm prior military, so I come at leadership in a very unique way that is not always super acceptable to the current population of students. And I have to remind myself of that on a regular basis. These are not recruits in the Air Force that I am training. So I share that to say, one thing I've done in my college, and my dean is actually pretty excited about this, I said, well, I need to figure this out, so I started brown bag lunches. And I work with all of the lab leaders in the college, and we just sit and we talk, and I learn from them. Every time we do one of these, I learn from them. And sure, I might have a tip or something that I offer, but right now, they're mentoring me. So when I say mentorship and guidance, sometimes that's for the lab leaders as well. All right, considerations and strategies, data governance. This goes back to the processes I mentioned earlier, but how are you going to manage that data? Who has access to it? And keeping that very consistent, particularly if you're working with data that has sensitivity issues with it. Really need to know who can get to it, how they can get to it, and that they're not changing it and all those things. But this is also important for sustainability. That's why I mentioned that in there. All right, methodologies. When you're doing a research lab, you're going to have projects that are going on probably in lots of different methodologies. So having the knowledge yourself, if you're the leader of the lab, but also having people that specialize. So I am right now trying to work with a colleague in Ethiopia. I met him when he was a PhD student, and I was working there at Addis Ababa University. He did grounded theory research in East Africa. So he actually can help me, because grounded theory research, I've worked with it, but I don't feel like I know it as well as he does. So I'm trying to actually get him to come onto my team. So having people that understand and work in these different methodologies, that's important if you're going to be conducting lots of different kinds. Of course, the partnerships, which are critical with the lab, but partnerships that are institutional, organizational, personal, individual, you really want to consider those, because some partnerships take a lot of time and energy and don't necessarily contribute as much to the end goal. So you want to make sure you learn to navigate as a leader of a lab, those types of things. All right, building in sustainability. Look at the benefits and address the challenges. That's pretty simple, but keep the benefits coming in. Mentorship, dissemination of findings, advocacy, policy change, and work with dealing with those challenges. Well, I have 1 minute. All right, planning and partnerships, keeping track of your progress and challenges. Remember I said partnerships can be really draining? If you have a partnership like that, you have to really just decide if it's worth the investment of time or if it's taking more than it's offering. Working with and empowering others, that's kind of like the student I mentioned in Ethiopia. If I can get him on my team, he will be helping to mentor my students now. And then funding, of course, you have to have some type of a pipeline to keep the lab running. Thank you. Now I will be happy to answer any questions for the next four and a half minutes. I will also say while you're trying to think of questions, if anyone has resources that are really good resources, books, articles on mentorship, please, I would be happy to receive any of those. I'm really surprised at the lack of literature in this area on mentoring for research purposes, particularly when you're working with teams. I mean, I'm finding some on PhD student mentorship, and some now on undergrad. Questions?
Yes, Angel, I'm familiar with a lot of research activities, projects, and the like. The lab that you're talking about at your institution sounds like is it based on, I'm trying to think about the structure and the framework. I'm used to research institutes that are self-standing, autonomous. I'm used to like
centers?
Centers.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out, it's not disciplinary based. It's not.
So in my case, it falls under information science because that's the department I'm under. But because mine crosses over into a lot of equity in academia, it also has that education component.
But, and at your institution, there's multiple ones of these within
Yes.
your college?
Within my college, there's, yes, 15, 20 labs.
Okay, and they're tied to a particular course or major, minor,
They're,
program
they're,
of study?
they're, some of them are, and some of them are more tied to the faculty member. At this point, and this is kind of an emerging thing in our college. And some of them have turned into centers, which changes the funding aspects and dynamics a bit.
And so is it more like a medical school or science model where a particular faculty member may have a research agenda and therefore will have a collection of PhD students seeking funding to pursue certain research questions or lines of inquiry?
So I think my lab in particular is not necessarily at that point yet, but I do think some of the labs in the college that I work for, particularly one I'm thinking of, it's the AI lab, and they're looking at serious games. So students from outside of our institution will even approach and apply for those particular labs. And that is kind of the hope, is that the labs will bring in students that want to work in these fields of inquiry.
I'm checking out time here.
Because we can have a conversation more later.
I know I have a question. I think Michael might as well. But my question was more for the doctoral students that you're working with that are coming in. What have you found to be, and I know it's still in progress, appropriate tasks to delegate to them specifically versus taking on separate tasks yourself?
That's a fabulous question, and I'm having to learn a little bit about the students before I can determine that. Because I had one student that came in and it appeared had a great data an analytics background, but I was struggling getting any output from that student. So I came up with some very specific tasks to see what his skill sets were. And then I have another student who I had no idea all the things he could do with, I don't even know what you call it, but he gets data from me that I didn't know I could get. And I'm like, yeah, good job. All right, we're probably close to time. We have one more question. Okay. Yeah, one more.
All right. It's very interesting to hear some of your initiatives and also in terms of reaching out to partnerships internationally. So I understand universities may be involved, but are you thinking about also involving non-governmental organizations?
Yes.
Okay.
Foundations, NGOs.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because just of the fact that many are very much interested in some of the human aspect of what's going on. And sometimes it's really very integrated sector where various topics are related, whether it's violence against gender, whether it's conflicts, disability, especially in war zones or conflicts. So yeah.
And when I talk about my lab at the lightning talks this afternoon, I'll talk a little bit more about that because my lab is equity based, and there is the international component, and I have collaborators in several countries in East Africa. I just didn't want to get into those details today because I wanted to talk about establishing, or this morning, but this afternoon I will.
Thank you. Let's thank her very much for this typical ISEP presentation, which leaves us with a lot of questions, a lot of interest, a lot of inquiries.
I'd love to collaborate. Reach out to me. ISEP's a great place to do this, by the way.
I have another colleague that I'm pleased to introduce you to. Not that she needs any introductions, since this is her second year at ISEP, and she presented yesterday. And she's going to, are you presenting again? She's not presenting with you, is she? No. She's leaving me on my own. Oh, okay, that's good. That's her student. Okay, and Felicia actually is going to present on a topic that I think ties into some things that Howell was, part of what Howell was presenting, but I'm not going to make that assumption yet. We'll come to that conclusion on our own when Felicia concludes her presentation.
Thank you. Do I advance this myself? Oh, I advanced there. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. So I'm Felicia Lamukta, and I'm going to talk about building community in my science classroom. So the purpose of my study is just really to try to have my students be successful in my class. They find it, I think it's an introductory biology class. However, I have a very differentiated class, and I want all of them to be successful. And coming from previous students of mine, they started this study, but I have adopted it now. And we're really just starting the actual study this fall. I want to foster a sense of belonging in my students and a sense of community. So that is the purpose of this study. The research shows that if you make just one connection as a freshman, yes, what am I doing? Forward. Okay, thank you. If you make just one connection as a freshman, you are much more highly likely to graduate. So just making one connection at the university, even as a freshman, will really help you in the future. So this is just an overview of what I'm going to go through and try to in the next 10 minutes or so. And so, again, this started as my student's master's thesis, Andrea Frank, although she started this in her 10th grade biology class and she didn't have time to collect enough data. It then became my TA's study that we just piloted this spring, but she went off and had a fourth child, and so I'm going to continue the study. And so just a little background. So there's been some research on sense of belonging and building a classroom environment so that students really feel like they belong. If they don't feel like they belong, they're not going to be successful in your class. It will also, if they have this sense of community, they will do better in your class and have more academic achievement. And in terms of strategies that foster relationships in your classroom, this has been really important post-COVID, okay? So it takes 43 hours to turn acquaintances into casual friends. This is for new college students. 57 hours to transition from casual friends to friends, and another 119 hours to become good or best friends. It takes 66 days to form a habit. So this all shows that creating that classroom community is really, really important. When you're more of an introvert, this is not as natural as us extroverts, or I'm an extrovert. So we really need to build incentives in the classroom to get them to connect with one another. So this can be done working in groups, and so there's been a lot of evidence that this is important. And as professors, you all know, it's very, very essential to get to know your students and connect with them as well. So just a little context, this is St. Cloud State. We have over 1,400 international students, 12% of our student body. And I have like 17% of my students right now are international students in my classroom. Many are first generation, many are very new to SCSU, they may have transferred. We have a lot of PSEO students in general, which means they're high school students. And in the past, I've had mostly nursing and social work students. This has changed very recently, just this fall semester, due to changes in, getting into the next level of anatomy and physiology. We've been a little bit more lax of allowing more students into those classrooms. So just looking at my majors here, there are now just like almost 20% of my students are only going into biology. So I have a lot of students that are non-related biology major, like they're not going into biology or nursing, or, but I still have a third of my class that are social work majors. So they need at least a C in my class in order to get into the nursing, the social work program. Again, I have a lot of students, actually 2/3 are from Minnesota. Some are from the Midwest, so just surrounding states, and even a few are from out of state, but I have, again, a lot of international students. So I wrote them down here. I have some from Nepal, Pakistan, India, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea, and this is just one, and Bahamas. So this is just my one class. So I try to build in community from day one. It takes place in lecture and lab, and I also, I've learned that it does not work to talk in front of the students for an hour plus. That is not a good way to allow them to teach or connect with one another. So I try to only lecture half the time, and then I allow them to work together, and then we can come together at the end. So we do like fun activities, but they're related to the content. So for example, we'll play Jeopardy, or we play Germanic Bingo. This is just a few examples. So this is trying to also not just get them to know each other, but we want to allow them to help themselves and work cooperatively so that they can improve their academic performance. Right now, about 1/5 of my students are failing my class, so that's unacceptable to me. And so I go through this workshop model. Just I said, I have a little like activity, and then we'll get into a lecture, and then they'll do some group work, and then we'll have a reflection at the end. So I also try to do some of these things that we're probably all familiar with in terms of bringing their own lived experiences in the classroom, the last, culture responsive teaching, and bringing in funds of knowledge. I'll just breeze through that. This is another kind of workshop model I base all my teaching on. The 5Es and the 7Es, Eisencraft was actually my methods teacher when I was in teacher school. So I work on basic skills. I have a very differentiated class. I feel like I'm back in Boston teaching high school sometimes. So we have free tutoring, we have a lot of extra supports. This is just things that we have at SCSU. We have weekly office hours, and I try to do very frequent check-ins with my students. We have weekly homework assignments, and I have weekly assessments to just keep them on track. And engaging activities that I think will help them stay awake in class, I guess. So I try to meet the needs of this differentiated classroom, all of my students. So, as Chris Emden would say, if anyone knows him, you ask your students what they need and you give that to them. That's reality pedagogy. So if they need me to record lectures and post the slides, that's what I do. If a student who is hard of hearing needs closed captioning, that's what we give them, or printed materials. We have asynchronous options that, maybe they didn't do so well in another class, the same class, and so they're coming to me, and they might not feel comfortable coming into class. So I really do that high flex in my classroom, even though it's technically an in-person class. This is basically how I assess my students' academic success. I can just breeze over that. So right now, as you can see, this year's, right now we have an average grade, which isn't so bad, of 72%, I guess. But we're only a third way through the course, and we haven't been to the midterm yet, just one test. This is just showing, so here on the left is just how many students are passing in the green, and then in the red, that's the failure rate. And then this is just the breakdown of A through F. So I was just, reflecting on my past. I haven't been at the university that long, but since I've been in this class, this is kind of how the trends have been going. And I'm just going to breeze through these. This is just a blow up of those. So with this started again this spring with my grad student as a pilot study. So she did a lot of statistics. We did pre and post assessments. So before they took their quiz and then after, and just to see how much they actually improved after we taught them the information and they engaged in activities for a week. And so we started implementing it in the middle, which is why there was a little dip. We started doing different new things in the classroom. Our IRB came through right there. This is what happened. And so there was a little dip, but then at the end they started maybe making some progress. She also noticed, at least for last spring, that lab attendance made the most difference for some reason in the class. So just going through the current class right now, this is my statistics now, how they did in their quizzes so far. Their attendance isn't so bad, but you do notice if you go through, we did this in the previous, I haven't finished all the data yet for here since we're only a third way through the semester, but if you go to lecture, you go to lab, your attendance is good, you do your homework, you're very, very likely to pass my class. So those who are failing, I mean, I have some students that haven't shown up yet, things like that. So they like working in groups, so I just have a few quotes. So this is, we enjoy working in groups, we share different perspectives, and we help each other understand the material better. So they work in groups every class, and so they will even, some of them will form study groups and work outside of class together. I also just asked them the end of, before I left here, what they feel, do they feel like they have a sense of belonging at SCSU or in my class? And so, the vast majority do feel like they belong. So that was a really good finding, preliminary finding. So these are just some quotes to clarify that. And even from an international student that was really struggling, I've spent a lot of time with her, I was afraid that she wouldn't feel this way, but she really does feel connected and she feels cared for, so that was a plus for me. So going forward, my goals is to create even more of a sense of belonging, and I really want everyone to be academically successful. I want students to actually appreciate human biology, which is this class, rather than just what their grade is. That's that's what I want. So in the future, I'd like to interview students, in particular, my international students. I want to learn about their lived experiences. Anecdotally, I see all this, but I want to document it in research. Their struggles with technology, adjusting to the United States, their homesickness, just adjusting to the climate of Minnesota is just really a struggle. So what I ask of you is, what do you do in your class to create that sense of belonging? And what do you think I could more do to create that community in my classroom? So thank you. I'm ready to hear from you. This is just some pictures of the people that I left to come here. And this is my favorite husky down here. But going back to the questions. Anyone have any advice for me?
No, over there.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Thank you. All right. That is a great question. We talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And I keep asking myself, what is belonging anyway? Does a student think they belong just because they manage to fit within the group? Or does belonging mean something else? So I start with actually the whole first month is about critical community building. And I use Bethesda's article, Critical Community Building Beyond Belonging. And then we come back and talk about what does it mean to belong? Does it mean to fit in or transcend that and still be yourself, even within that specific classroom community? And they tend to like the second one because when I ask them about, isn't it great to feel like you fit in? And I'm just playing the devil's advocate, and they said, no, in that case, it's not belonging. You are just really trying to fit within a mold, and you're not being yourself. But a major resource I created is really the introductory packet, within which I insert several handouts, maybe just one page that helps them talk about themselves first. So we examine our classroom community, looking at something called identity quilt square. So I just put together a packet with several materials where they really look into themselves. So looking from within who they are, and then we share all of the information within the classroom to really reflect how diverse the classroom is and what we all bring in. And this is how we start, and we build on that with the reading, and then more activities like breakout rooms, team input exercise, various activities that we do. And I think in the end, I also ask them to give me one example of what they would do to connect with their own students or anticipate doing. And as they share those, they are thinking about ways of connecting with others and really implementing that meaning of belonging. If this is how they feel, then maybe they need to really think about how they also implement it.
Yes, I'll have to connect with you later.
Great presentation, and I love how you individualize and differentiate all your instruction to really meet the needs of students. Here's a couple of things that I would say. If you ever heard of Castle Learning before, that's that collaborative, academic, and social emotional learning piece. I mentioned it yesterday. They say to start every lesson with a handshake, which is like a positive activity, and then end every lesson with a positive, conclusion. So think about that. And then the idea of community circles, where you we would do pass a talking stick around, get everybody together, and then everybody share, things that are on their mind, or just ways to collaborate and get everyone around. But I do some research in how to form community circles and build them into your classroom, because I've seen some really transformative things happen in classrooms when they implement that community circle model.
That's a great idea. I'll do more of that. Yes? So I did one, they had to share their favorite chemical bond. I think that...
For me, it's just thank you for such a wonderful presentation. For me, it's just a question to ask. Don't you think it's a bit difficult to build that sense of belonging with students if it's a large class? Because I'm thinking in my head, I am teaching first years, and there's the big class, there's like 78 students, and then there's a skills class, which is like 18 students. So you find that in the big class, it's only like a few students that keep on answering, even if you go and ask, okay, tell me what you think. It's only like a few students that answer you or that engage in class. So it's very hard to engage, to encourage them to participate in class. And you do your activities, but you don't find them majority, like speaking. So for me, I think it depends on the sides sometimes to build that sense of belonging in class. But at the same time, I think I agree with what the two previous speakers have said, that getting to know your students, that is the way to go. I know in my small class, I always do like an icebreaker with them, so they enjoy those things because they get to open up and speak much more in depth about themselves, so they feel comfortable with each other. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm saying size matters, because if I could do that in the big class, then it would be really difficult. But sometimes I do try to make them feel like comfortable and like they belong by not me standing in front and asking, hi, how are you? How was your weekend? But just go and sit to someone that you hardly talk to. Find out how are they and how was their weekend. Thank you.
So they have the privilege of, like, we have labs, so that's no more than 24 students, but I want them to try to create little groups together. So that's what they did. And I will do, like, if it's 94 students, they'll turn and talk and share with each other. I can't share with all of them, but yeah, I like those ideas. Thank you. Let's go.
Time for one more question, if anyone wants to.
I just had one quick, just not a question, but it's interesting because I know you said that there's a fifth of your students right now who are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
This is just from being in K-12 my whole life. Do you feel that the students are coming to you prepared?
No.
Okay, I appreciate that honest answer.
But we work on study skills, and I had them reflect on, after their first test, I asked them, like, what I could do, what they could do, and then, I'll come back from this conference and try to connect with them again. But, yeah, they're recognizing that. They need to do their homework and come to class.
Well, I appreciate that.
True.
Let's thank Felicia for this very engaging presentation. Thank you much. And this is the end of this session. We have a short break, and then John will take over.
Sounds good. When's our next session? 10?
lòlùwòlò èmi àtẹ̀bí náà wà pẹ̀lú ra ilé yóò wà pẹ̀lú ṣọ́ra ìgbó bó sì rọ ìsà kùnmi ògì nínú oúnjẹ pẹ̀lú àgbàlùmọ̀ wà nípò àwọn ọmọ ń kọrin sórí yìí olúwa ò ní ṣe wá ọmọ ìyá gbogbo wa ìtọ́jú wa nílàjọsìn àwa ní túnú pẹ̀lú olúwa ò ní ṣe wá. Sùn sókè pẹ̀lú àdúrà náà nínú inú mi dùn ilẹ̀kùn pẹ̀lú ìkàdó ọmọ ìyá mi túnú àwọn bàbá yìí ṣe wá àwọn ìyá yìí ṣe wá pẹ̀lú ohun ọ̀kan.
Oh, okay. All right, if everyone could come in and be seated, we're ready to get started. Session O. All right, if everybody could come in. Hope you had a nice break and had an opportunity to stretch your legs a little bit. But we are ready to get started. All right, welcome to Session O. The theme is Embracing Engagement, and our first presentation is Engaging with Partners for Program Improvement, Exploring the Use of the KAI Inventory in Educator Preparation. Caitlin Rigo from Now University and Gary Snyder from Virginia Tech will be our presenters. I'm not sure if Gary is here with us, but Dr. Rigo, I give it to you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm sure Gary is on our live stream, so he gets to watch. So I am going to talk about engaging a specific partner within our educator preparation program. And before I start, I think, especially as part of ISEP for a while now and a board member, it's important to mention how I got to this spot today. So last year at the ISEP Conference, I had the pleasure of witnessing a presentation from a fellow ISEP member, one I did not know before that time. And he brought a bunch of individuals from a school district that he worked with. He used this thing called the KAI Inventory. It had to do with leadership. I was very intrigued, and I reached out to him after and really just had a conversation at the conference. Within that same month of the conference, last October, we started to have more and more conversations, and I started to really have questions surrounding what he did, how he did it, and really, like I asked you today, how could this apply to teacher preparation? I think that it could. I think this could help. So the month after, in November 2023, we sat down and we actually had a formal discussion about how the KAI score that comes from the inventory could potentially benefit my pre-service teachers that I was working with. Within the next few months, we completed and got our IRB application approved, and we started actually developing the research that we decided we were going to undertake. We then collected the data, began to analyze the data, wrote it up, so we're pending publication right now, and then we are presenting our findings today. So this was all within the last year. So I wanted to point that out as there is a lot of potential in this room to have impact on what you're actually doing on a day-to-day basis. So what is the KAI inventory that I keep referring to? It measures the preferred style of thinking. So as Hawa even mentioned today, we're talking a lot about diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging. This specific inventory measures cognitive style, and it's important for leaders to be aware that individuals they're going to be working with, their stakeholders, have different cognitive styles, different ways of thinking than they do. It is a continuum, okay? So for those of you who are familiar with statistics, okay, we have a spread down here on this bell curve. On the left-hand side, you'll see that those scores on the inventory demonstrate more adaptive thinking. So these individuals who score on that side, they prefer routine, control, structure. They usually play things a little bit more safe. They like clarity. They prefer to be organized, tidy. They're reliable. They're efficient. they're conventional, and they usually look for consensus when working with others. Okay? When we go over here to the right, we have individuals, when they score over here on the inventory, they're typically more innovative. What does that mean? They like new things, fun things. They like challenges. They think differently. They're typically spontaneous. They're unconventional in thinking. They tend to push boundaries. They like adventure. So this is the scale of the inventory. Notice one end or the other is not better. Okay? It just tells you how adaptive you may be as a leader or how innovative you may be as a leader. Okay? Now, for those who do know statistics, we know that 68% of individuals are going to fall within one standard deviation of the mean. The mean score, the average score on the inventory is 95. Okay, so you can score from a 32 to a 160. So that means that 68% statistically are going to fall between 77 and 113. So the majority of the people you give the inventory are going to cluster in that area. And then you start to get farther away from the mean, all the way to outliers. Okay? As you can imagine, when you have a group together, you start to talk about what that looks like in terms of how they function together. So if this is the group and they all have different KAI scores, that tells you how they may function within that particular group. Okay? So if I am in a group with Angel and Felicia, and my KAI score is the lowest, meaning the most adaptive, okay, I'm going to function specifically. My role in that group may be different. I may be the one talking about structure and process and how we're going to function as a group. If I move over and I'm in a group with Ket and Robert, and I still have the same score, okay, but now my score is the highest, meaning they're more adaptive than me. So now my role is going to be more innovative. I'm the most innovative one. So now I have to think outside the box. Okay? So your score is going to stay the same, but depending on the group of people that you work with, you may have a different role. Typically, our cognitive style, the way that we think, is innate to who we are, but starts to become more apparent when there's conflict or tension. So when I start to disagree with people in my group, I notice that, oh, we have a different way of thinking, right? This is going to be perhaps a little bit more difficult. How are we going to meet these challenges? And I started to think when they were presenting on KAI, that sounds so much like a classroom and so much like a school. And we work with so many different stakeholders. It would be so nice if my students understood that they're going to have to work with so many people with different cognitive styles. And how are they going to navigate that? So the first piece of the puzzle, I have this KAI inventory. I now know about it. I had the pleasure of working with Gary, and Gary allowed me to take the inventory. I will share my score with you at the end if you're interested. You will have to guess it first. So I have this inventory, and I know the purpose of it, to understand cognitive style. The second piece of the puzzle, I know that teachers work with so many stakeholders, and they all have different cognitive styles. Third piece of the puzzle, I know if a teacher better understands that there is diversity in thinking, that they may be able to navigate challenges in the classroom and in the school a little bit better. So the last piece of the puzzle, the one that I really was interested in, is if I know these three things, can I use the KAI inventory in teacher preparation to better prepare my teachers? Okay, so the purpose of the study is to find out the potential of the inventory. How am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to ask a bunch of pre-service teachers after they take it if they find it to be accurate in terms of their way of thinking, relevant to their future job, and then is it applicable in a teacher education program? Where do they actually see it fitting, if anywhere? Okay, so we have our two research questions. I'm going to have them take the inventory. So my first research question is, what is the cognitive style of pre-service teachers. I know what the research says. Teachers, I know where it tends to lean towards teachers. Some of you may think you know where it tends to lean for a teacher, which is towards innovation. But what is this group that I'm going to have? What is their cognitive style? And then to what extent, if any, do they think it is accurate, relevant, and applicable to pre-service teaching? I used convenience sampling, which arguably is the best kind of sampling. So I used my own graduate students. I teach in a graduate pre-service program. It's a little bit shorter than an undergraduate program, so I have to keep that in mind when I'm talking about the applicability in the program. I had adolescent students specifically, so these are only secondary educators, high school educators. And then I had 12 of them, so only a portion of my class, a small portion. What was really nice is I had a pretty close to equal gender representation, which if you work in education, you know is sometimes really hard to get. I will say that this 41% of the class, or of the participants that were male, that was all of them. So all of the males in the class were interested in participating, which I also thought was pretty interesting. And then I had a portion of females. I used concurrent embedded mixed methods. So I was collecting quantitative and qualitative data at the same time. The quantitative is the KAI score that they were taking. And then the qualitative is a focus group. So right after they took the inventory, Gary spent time while I was talking to them actually marking the inventory, giving them their scores back. We talked about it and then had a focus group. So everything occurred within one time frame. So we looked at descriptive statistics for the inventory itself. They have a total score. They also have 3 sub-scores. So you get a score, and you also get your scores in 3 sub-areas. So we looked at all of those. The 3 sub-areas are originality, efficiency, and rule group conformity. So if Angel and I have the same score overall on the inventory, we still may have varying sub-scores. And then I used in vivo coding to code the qualitative focus group, and I recorded the focus group because it was virtual. My students are online. So I also looked at body language, head nods, etc. Okay, so what did we get? I included the actual scores for the 12 participants on the side. You'll see that I marked them on the graph so that you can see where they actually fell in comparison to the total range and the scores. You'll also note that there are 3 scores up there that have asterisks next to them. It is possible on the KAI inventory that you get an unreliable score. Okay, so if they all cluster to neutral, so they're not differentiating at all, you'll get a score that's unreliable, which means the person who's evaluating the scores is actually trained on how to interpret those, and they have a meeting with the individual, and they look at the sub-scores and have a conversation to give them a score. So Gary conducted that. He is credited within the KAI, or with using the KAI inventory. So I looked at the 9 individuals who did receive a score. You'll see that they lean towards innovation. So 8 out of 9 of them were on this side of the mean towards innovation. And they also had a similar cognitive style. So they were within 20 points of each other, which the inventory says means they have a similar cognitive style. So I also looked at their sub-scores. So for example, if you look at 2 individuals, so number 5 and number 7, they had the same KAI score, 96. But you'll notice the sub-scores are different, okay? So in terms of originality, we had a range of 36 to 49, which suggested that these individuals are able to generate ideas to change the actual system, okay, so towards innovation, rather than improving the existing system. So this is the way that this group of individuals would lean if they were in a group working together. Next, we had efficiency. The range of scores suggested that these individuals are able to produce something different rather than something better than what's existing. So completely change something, over-refine it. And then for rule group conformity, they were actually very close. They were all within 20 points of each other, which suggests that these individuals are more likely to ignore, bend, or break rules and traditions, as opposed to being more structured to the rules, policies, and traditions. And it's funny because when Shahzad was up here presenting yesterday, he mentioned perhaps being creative with some of the laws to kind of interpret and get where we need with policy. And it made me think of individuals in this group who may be willing to think outside that box and do that. So we also had the focus group. After they got those scores, and they met with Gary, those that needed to, and Gary explained the inventory and how it works, we had a focus group to start addressing the other research question related to, is it accurate, is it relevant, and then where would it fit in the program, if at all, anywhere. So you'll see there's some actual quotes from the focus group. When it came to being accurate, 11 of the 12 participants indicated agreement that they thought their KAI score was accurate. They saw themselves in that capacity, either as an innovator, almost all of them are innovators. So then this, in terms of context, a lot of them indicated that things like lesson planning or carrying out instructional strategies were why they thought they were more innovative, which I thought was very interesting because sometimes we hear, oh, there's such a template and it's so structured in terms of lesson planning, but they felt the ability to be pretty creative. When it comes to application, so can they actually see this being applicable? They found the inventory to be applicable in the field of education, specifically for being a reflective practitioner, which was very interesting. So now when they start mentioning reflection, they're thinking about themselves and what this, knowing their own cognitive style, how it can actually help them in the field. Two of them, which I thought was very interesting because I talked to Gary previously about this, two of them indicated, if the conditions were a little bit different in taking the inventory, maybe I would have been more innovative, maybe not, maybe I would have been more adaptive. And we were quick to let them know that it's a fixed score. So regardless of if you're tired, regardless, one student said, if I took my ADHD medication today, I think I would have had a different score. We're like, no, it'll be the same. It's a fixed score. So next we looked at relevance. Do you even think this is relevant to the field? To quote, they said, this is super relevant, which was great to hear because it was my hypothesis internally. So our discussion focused on things about personal and professional development, which again, that reflection piece and how important it is for them to understand themselves going into the field. So it seconded that. They also thought it could help them better understand their colleagues, which is important because we know that they're going to be working with a lot of stakeholders and paraprofessionals in the field. And the last piece, the one that I was most interested in, was where does this align in an educator preparation program, specifically our program. So it's a graduate program, it's much shorter. They can get done with the program fairly quickly. So their first semester they take courses, their second semester they take courses, and then they go right into student teaching and their seminar. So my question is, now that they've taken many of the courses, because when we had them do this, they were in their second semester before student teaching at the end of that course. So they've taken everything except their seminar and student teaching. Where do you think it fits? And that's what I asked. So I looked at anything that had more than one person saying, I think it would align with this course. The majority of students indicated human learning, development, and motivation, which is interesting because we have an individual in this room who teaches that course. And a lot of them connected with having took that course already, because it was in their first semester, and how much it would help for them to understand their own diversity of thinking to better understand the diversity of others. We had some people indicate managing culturally responsive classrooms. Again, there's a cultural element there. We had methods of teaching, keep in mind, that's the course that I was teaching. So I think there was some bias in terms of them thinking they had to indicate my course, which they did not. And what was interesting is some of them indicated professional seminar, which they did not take yet. In my thinking originally, I was thinking, I want them, right, if they're going to use this score, to have it their first semester. But it would also be really helpful for them to have it right before they go into the field, to work with everybody who has a different way of thinking. So some of them indicated that as well. So conclusions. In terms of educator preparation program, we should consider the integration of something like the KAI inventory into our curriculum and think about where it fits, how much time we designate to something like this in the curriculum, and if it's holistic or just a one-time thing that they talk about. We should, if we're going to use it, provide training to understand the score, which is what Gary was doing for our students. For example, the students who said, if I wasn't so tired today, because they took a course for 5 hours and then did this afterwards, if I wasn't so tired, maybe it would be different. For them to understand that it was a fixed score, so that training would help. How can we actually have them use it as a tool for being a reflective practitioner? They indicated that's where they saw it in terms of fitting, so how can we use it in that capacity? And then limitations, okay? So these are only graduate students, not undergrads, that I worked with. It was really late at night. It was very late at night that they were there, so I appreciated them hanging out afterwards, but certainly the discussion for the focus group could have been even more if I did it at a different time. And then if I wasn't the one there, maybe they would indicate different courses, because I felt like they were thinking they had to indicate my course that it fit into. And then for future research, I'd love to actually implement it into the curriculum and see if it has an impact, so track data for impact. Okay. Okay, any questions?
5 minutes for questions.
Oh, perfect.
My question is about when you did the focus group. Now, did you? I can't remember. Did you do the focus group? Did Gary do the focus group? And do you think, or did you get somebody from the outside to do the focus group?
We both did it. So Gary and I were both there. Gary ran it, specifically training them on the KAI inventory, collecting it, making sure they had the information they needed before they took it, making sure they understood the information after in the focus group, and then I took over primarily when we were talking about the accuracy, the relevance, and if it fit into the program.
Do you think that would have, I know you did a focus group, could individual interviews have helped as well? Or what did you think about doing any other type of review?
I think getting an individual perspective on where they thought it aligned could be helpful. I was really interested because we have a cohort at Niagara, so all of the students go together. So I wanted them to almost reach consensus with each other in the focus group and talking, and hear each other talking about the potential courses, remembering things from the courses that aligned to the inventory, and I thought that would be helpful so they could actually reflect and provide a more accurate answer.
Okay, because sometimes I wonder, because focus groups, sometimes they influence each other, and so I just didn't know if you felt that played in.
I think I was seeking the influence. I wanted them to hear that and be reminded of the things that they did last semester and the semester before to give a more thoughtful answer.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
I think, more to how you put this into place as a teacher or administrator, this type of thing is very important. When I was an administrator, we used a similar inventory, not this one. And I think it's good for teachers to understand their students are different, and it's good for administrators to understand teachers are different. And I think it's important to have all styles. And then personally as an administrator, I was one that had maybe some creative ideas, but I had to learn to force myself to do the structural part, keep a calendar,
Right.
That sort of thing. And you can't be somebody that goes off to a conference implements ideas, next year you're off on totally something different. You know, so, and that kind of goes back to the slowness too that we heard about yesterday.
This is really very interesting as I'm listening and looking at the name itself, KI. I was thinking about different other models, but I am asking this question through the lens or lenses of a multilingual person, but even thinking about ESL students, ELL students, or TESOL program, in understanding the impact of multilingualism on cognitive flexibility. I wonder if, I wonder what impact that may have on that KI, if that was factored in.
Yeah, that's a great question. I would be interested to see if there was any research about using the inventory with that specific population. I haven't seen any. Gary and I have talked at length about the inventory, what exists in terms of research. It's used outside of education primarily, in business, in other leadership areas. So the integration into education is certainly there, but specific populations and using it with specific populations would be helpful. In terms of my 12 students, they were Canadian and US, but all English first language students.
Right.
All right, I think that's just about time. Thank you very much, Dr. Regal.
Thank you. Do you want to?
Your score.
Okay, let me go back so you can have a little context of what my score means. I'm going to ask Angel. I'm going to put Angel on the spot. Angel knows me. Angel, if you had to guess which way I would lean, where do you think I would be? Innovative or more towards adaptive?
I know you are extremely adaptive and extremely innovative. So I am going to go safe and say you were more in the middle because you can be both. Very adaptive and very innovative.
Okay, so the mean is 95. I was a 95.
I did not know that beforehand.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Regal. And now our second presentation in this session is Virtuous School Leadership and Emotional Healthy Schools by Dr. Michael Hyland from Anderson University. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
And thank you. While she gets that up, a couple of things I want to make clear. The abstract is probably a little bit off because I actually start each week in my class. I teach in the doctoral program at Anderson University, which is Anderson, South Carolina. And I teach in a doctoral program, and so I always start every class with what I call Confessions of an Absent-Minded Professor. In fact, I'm going to call that a podcast someday. And one of it is I sent the wrong abstract on that. It is about virtuous leadership, and I left the emotionally healthy schools because that's where this project started as. Unlike Caitlin's, my project, while started a long time ago, I'll explain in a little bit, is still only halfway through what we're looking at in terms of where we're going, and you'll see that when I cover this. I will say, the other thing I want to clarify, I am probably very high on the innovation. I had a boss once tell me that Mike Hyland doesn't just think outside the box, he doesn't have a box. Now, I say that because my PowerPoints aren't as good as the ones that were previously. They're obviously made from a guy my age, okay? So they're not really spectacular on this, but a little bit about this. This idea of where I got into looking at leadership, and I do teach in the leadership program, most of my students are actually now, this year I switched them to actually teaching future superintendents, okay? But most of them were principals prior to that, were in the principal prep program. So it was birthed in Kentucky, and what happened was I was doing some research for a different project then, going around to schools, and I got curious about this idea that all these schools had this thing about productive, in their mission statement about creating productive and good citizens, okay? And so I became curious because everything I saw in the schools did not seem to be, where did that occur? How was that occurring from everything I was doing with my evaluation of what I was doing? So I started to, I'm going to do an informal study at this time, and every time I go to a school that has this, I'm going to ask 3 questions. do you have a working definition of what a good or productive citizen is? Second, is it built into the curriculum? And third, have they developed it as a means of measuring it? Now, what's that got to do with virtual leadership? You'll see in a second how it morphs into that, okay? But the idea was, you could probably guess the answer was, every single school in Kentucky at least said no. It wasn't until I ran into one in Alabama that said, oh yeah, we have a whole process of doing it. It was a canned system, so I don't know if I agreed with that entirely, but at least they could have it. So I was curious as to why they weren't really. So I realized when I was doing the work that every time I talked to teachers who were interested in doing something, or when I taught one undergraduate class at my previous university on diversity and learning, and I was talking about implementing some ideas, and they said, oh, the principal told us very clearly, we don't have time for that. Matter of fact, in one school I went to, where's my science people? You'll love this. They didn't teach science one year because it wasn't a state test that year. So they skipped science all of 7th grade. And again, this was a leadership decision. So I began to start questioning this idea of what were leaders doing in schools that were creating some very interesting dynamics I was seeing. And so I decided I'm going to start looking at what are leaders doing, because that's what I teach. That's where do leaders have a role in this, and how can they do it? And the idea eventually leads to why it's called virtuous leadership, is because we looked at virtues that these leaders could bring in to change some of these elements. Not what they could do with developing virtuous people, but the virtues they had, the traits. And the first thing we ran into in preparing for the study, this is all the preparation phase, was that when we were talking with different people, leadership was an elusive construct, okay? Everyone had different ideas of what it meant, and you'll see that in a second. I won't have as nice a graphic as you have, but I'll have a graphic. Leadership in the 21st century was quite different and dynamic. We were starting to see them when I got my leadership degree in the late 1900s, okay? And then also the cross-cultural challenges to leadership that occur. So these were three dynamics we had to deal with as we prepared for this idea of what a study may look like. The first thing we had to understand, though, is there were two components. The first is leadership as a construct, okay? And so this is when I do work with my students. It's so funny to talk about my students, you know, when I think of most of them are 30, 40, 50 years old, that there are three elements of leadership. It could be, yeah, you have the leadership because of the position you're in. Could be that it's a leadership, you have the capacity to be a leader. And then there's approach or style, okay? So we talked about this first. This is the first thing we're going to look at in leadership. When we're talking about virtuous leadership, where does it fit in here, in this component? But the second component of it is what is leading, okay? So we're talking about leadership, then there has to be leading involved, okay? And so therefore, we looked at this leading triangle, that this is where the emotionally healthy schools started to come in here, and maybe even this idea of productive citizens. But so we looked at the three components of it. There's with a leader, okay, and that's not always the office or the position, all right. The constituents now, that could be, if you're a teacher, it might be your students. If you're a principal, it's your faculty and staff and students. If it's, you know, so the constituents represents who you're leading. I know there's a new movement in our area on followership, okay, and they're having a program on followership, so I still haven't used that term. I still call them constituents, but, and then there's the context in which the leading occurs. So even in a school building, there are different leadership concepts, okay? I'm the principal, I have this, but I have my teachers are also leaders in their classroom, and then there's the teachers and all that. So we had to look at all this component as we were preparing it. So the first thing we had to understand about leadership, if leaders were going to make a change, if they were going to drift away from we don't have time for this, or be controlled by state testing mandates. Now, there weren't state laws that said you had to cancel these things. These were leadership decisions, okay? We wanted to make sure the leader, they knew they were at the top, not because of an authoritarian approach. And the reason why we wanted to start with that is that's a very much 19th, 20th century construct. I'm a leader, I'm authoritative, I'm the boss, okay? I had an argument with one person who said, my leadership style is very clear, I'm large and in charge. Yeah, so was Hitler, you know. And I don't mean that bad. I mean, the idea is, tell me what that means, you know, what does it do? What is, you know, tell me something that you really, what does that mean to be large and in charge, you know? The leadership also establishes the climate. And what we want to emphasize is they don't always think in terms of it can be positive or negative. You've got to have a climate. Okay, there is a climate in the building. And so that's the emotionally healthy part we were looking at. Are they looking at positive and negative? We look at this idea of the rider and the elephant. If you're not familiar with that book, that's a chapter in the book. Now I'm trying to remember the name of the book by Heath and Heath. And they learning to control the elephant. The idea is working with problems when they're small and getting them under control and then developing ideas in a small sense, and as they grow, they're easily more managed, okay? And then leadership is, again, a construct that is shared, okay? And so we're going to talk a little bit more in some of that, but the idea is that the first thing is a leader, to do that, that means the leader has to be secure themselves. Now, that is not necessarily one of the traits we're going to talk about when we talk about virtuous traits, but it requires a sense of confidence. One of the things we did learn when we were still setting this up was we found that many of the people who seemed to be more large and in charge were actually were not very secure. It came from a sense of insecurity, okay? So we had to really start to work on that idea. So then we started asking, this actually came, what we did, since we were working with K-12, is these are results of asking high school students what makes a good leader, okay? And so this was some of the first things we did, is if we wanted to know what they liked about their principals where principals were popular or whatever, what were some of the things they noticed? And I changed some of the language to include it in, like, constituent. They didn't use the words constituent, okay? So I summarized it here. The one, they noticed that a constituent can lead and a leader can learn. That was a 17-year-old young lady. I actually believe she was in New York. I forgot who got that for us. Integrates himself or herself into the work, literally joining hands, that servant leadership concept, okay? Enjoys associating with colleagues, all right? And that might have been, we also did interview some teachers, but I believe that was associating with students, with people, and I just changed it to that. Ready to interact, learn, and support. This was the key one, and that's why I would separate. A good leader appreciates what others think and bring to the work environment. That's why, Caitlin, I didn't know you. Now I was making too many pictures of your work, because I can see that's really what this idea was. Is this, you can see where those two actually overlap, is that a good leader appreciates what others think and bring to the work environment. And so the question was, all right, we did want to do it before I get to that. If I mean, okay. The constituents, what makes a good productive citizen. We also wanted to look at this one element here as we were getting ready for this. There are 3 levels we found. Is it simply just responsible, society pays taxes, law-abiding, or do they get to the next level where they plan successive collective action and they're very involved in their community and all that? Or do we get people who get to this level? So we want to prepare leaders who prepare students, okay, and faculty to be at this level. So you understand, that's why this is in here, because it's like, how do we get leaders who will then be willing to do this? That's our role, is get students to get to this point. In many senses, it's a social justice construct, okay? This idea that they're more than just responsible citizens doing this, okay, where they pay taxes, whatever. And so here's where we ran into the problem. Okay, I'm going to show you this real quick. I'm going to fly through this, I apologize. But we had to ask them that if we're saying productive citizens and leaders and all that, then let's look at what the schools are doing, okay? And here's what we found, okay? Well, no, before I get to that, there we go. We asked the schools about the whole child, because some of them said, well, if you're doing that, well, we work on the whole child. That was what I left out on this. I apologize. When I was cutting out slides, I cut out some key slides here about Confessions of an Absent-Minded Professor. Okay, one of the things we had to figure out was, well, if you're a productive citizen, well, that's because we do the whole child, then what's the whole child? And so we found out that when we had these big discussions, we we found that all the answers we got could be summarized into these 6 categories. Now, be careful about spiritual. A lot of times in the United States, people get panicked about separation of church and state. Actually, this is defined as helping students find their purpose in life. Okay, helping students find their purpose in life. And so these were areas that we were saying, this is what the whole schools should be developing. Well, if that's the case, what's the problem? Well, we found this is what they were doing. So this is good. Reading, writing, arithmetic, academics, we found that. And then rules and regulations. Wow. Now, why do we summarize it that way? What we found was more schools were being run like prisons, okay, in the United States, we're talking about the United States, than those preparing for citizenship. So we're preparing for citizenship by creating an environment that's very much like a prison. And that's why I said the rules and regulations here, is because all the structures we saw in place were based on dynamics like that. So how are we going to help leaders move beyond that? Because some of the students come in thinking, some of the students, I say students, but they're leaders, they're principals now because they're going to be superintendents. Yeah, I have no problem with this. Let's make more rules, and having to rechange that thought. So we said, and we're being cute. They always start with ours. You could use other words, okay? But this was just to be cute for publication. They love that when you use that. And there's a reason we chose these 2 things, okay? Because respect is dealing with others, and responsibility is understanding self, okay? So here's your academic, and then we're kind of squeezing all the other things into 2 things like that. Respect, understanding others, responsibility, understanding self. And we did it by this way. We did it off of Daniel Goleman's work on emotional intelligence, okay? Which we're trying to expand to include other components of it, because there is a social component of this, there's an emotional component, there is this includes spiritual component. So I'm showing it this way because it's his book on emotional intelligence, but we found that the other areas all fit into this too, okay? So self-awareness, that's responsibility. Social awareness is respect. Self-management, responsibility, relationship management, respect. That's how we categorized them for this, okay? And so that meant that's what we were doing to create an emotionally healthy school. Got 1 minute here. And I can get these slides to you. So these were the things we want to try to get at, okay? That these are constituents here want joy and peace, a sense of control over a situation, developing skills. These are things we felt fit in with that whole idea of citizenship and what leaders should be helping students get to and get to. And sometimes that's faculty too. So we found that there were 7 traits, and I can't remember what we narrowed it down to, but we tried to put them into different categories that leaders could do to help people do. I'm just going to put it up for the sake of it. I put them in one slide for you, and we can sort them out for you afterwards. But these were the traits, that were the virtues. These were the virtues we found that leaders who make a difference in their building, because now we're at we're only at this is all the investigative phase. We're now just getting to the point where we got to create a center to do the research. We actually want to do finish the research on it, is we're looking at creating training programs and summer academic, outside of programs, professional development, where we want to look at, can these traits be taught? And if so, how? That's the next step. So that's where we're at here, is getting to this. But we wanted to understand why some of these needed more clarity. But actually, courage really should be the first. Because what we're finding is in those schools that they were very strict, is they were too afraid to step outside of the norms. Okay? And so I think I did that. And so did I make it? Oh, and so these are the questions we're right now investigating. These are the questions we're investigating in our program. And I say we, I'm doing it all right now, but Dr. Mindy Beer is the director of the Center of Citizenship at the University of Missouri, and I do a lot of work with her, and she's given me a lot of insights, and I'm actually hoping we can do a collaborative project on this. But right now it's been just me. But this is, our key element is how are we going to be able to get these into schools and then study if it actually makes an impact. So it's a long-term going.
Very good. Any questions?
like number 4, and the question is the how. How do we prepare our students to really embody that?
Yeah.
But even us as faculty,
Yeah.
do we muster the courage to do that?
Yeah, and that's a valid question. It's actually one of my goals in starting the Confessions of an Absent-Minded Professor was honestly to say I make mistakes and to learn from them. And so I'm trying to model that. Now, what's harder about it is there's that construct of we want to look at intellectual learning, there's cultural humility, there's a lot of humilities. But what we're looking at is the understanding that phrase in all sorts of settings. I didn't realize that. I said this and I didn't realize that offended you or something, you know. So this one, it's a lot harder. The other thing is we haven't finished wrapping up defining courage too. This isn't the person who charges into the field battle long, you know. And so that's a hard one to understand for students because courage is just the idea of doing what's right, okay? And so these will be the more challenging ones and that's why they were chosen up here. Although, I don't know, can you teach empathy too? That's another one where, you know, but that's one of the questions we're struggling with right now. Can it be, and if so, how? Oh, I didn't know if you had a question or.
I'll just make a comment. And I guess about courage. And I think that there's so many role models out there that, you know, to be the leader, you almost have to be this tough, top-down, autocratic person. And it takes courage to be vulnerable and to show that you do not have all the answers. And so I just want to say I appreciate what your work is doing because I think we need more courageous leaders to be good role models to show that it's okay not to have all the answers.
Mm-hmm. And we're finding in terms of which questions, where do we want to go with, that's obviously one that's coming more and more to the top, the forefront. But these were just some of the things we were brainstorming as we were going through this process.
Sure. Any other questions? All right, big round of applause. Way to go, Michael. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Phil, thank you.
Put this down.
Put these up here.
Okay.
A couple of them there.
I don't want to cause, yeah.
Hello again, everyone. I will be the moderator for this session, Session P. We do have a change in the program. Let's see. Number 38, the Al-Said Al-Shami was not able to join us. So Caitlin and I actually are going to give the presentation we were scheduled to give yesterday, and we're unable to because of some scheduling challenges. So we will still have 3 presentations for Session P, Open Theme, Embracing Engagement, and we are going to start with number 36, Elementary Community Engagement in the various rounds of naming and renaming K-12 public school buildings and campuses in New Orleans, Louisiana. And you may go ahead and start. Do you want the handheld? All right.
Which one do I push?
The green takes
Okay.
it forward.
The green one take it forward, the red one take it. Okay, good morning. I am going to attempt to cover 183 years relatively quickly. And it's, let's just say a lot of the things in here and the research that was done in order to do this were very distressing, as the topics will show as we go through it. But it's an attempt to, as the abstract said, and it's an attempt to eliminate the vestiges of what was a a cult of trying to create the Southern role in the Civil War, an insurrection where 600,000 Americans were killed as the South was attempting to preserve slavery as an institution in the United States. And as a result of that, and the end of it, there was an attempt by several different leaders in the South to create a myth of the cause of the South being very, very noble, and of the persons who enslaved people of being generally beneficial people, and of the slaves being basically loyal and happy with the institution. All of which, of course, is a lot of falsehoods. So I'll go through. As part of that memorialization, there was an attempt to make as many monuments, roads, buildings, and schools named after some of the people that were the leaders of that process. And then it was a long process later as we got more equity in society of attempting to eliminate those connections. This is the location of New Orleans at the south part of the United States on the Gulf of Mexico. And in the early days of the school system from 42 to 62 in the 1800s, the school district was limited to white students. And it was illegal for slaves to be taught how to read and write, although some of their enslavers did in fact train them secretly, but they did. Free people of color who were in the thousands in Louisiana generally had to attend private schools or even go to Europe for schooling because they were not allowed in the public schools. The later years, after the Civil War started and the federal government immediately seized New Orleans so that they could protect the traffic on the Mississippi River, opened up schools for the freed slaves and included free people of color. And those schools had a lot of names that the white South would not have used. For example, Lincoln. Community engagement during that period was unclear. But what is interesting during that period is that the first school in New Orleans named after a woman and also named after an African American was the Edmonia School. Edmonia Lewis was an internationally known sculptor of the classical style. But rather than name the school the Edmonia Lewis School, they named it the Edmonia School, just after her first name, which is kind of an example of treating her as a servant or something. So it's an example of the attitude that was around even what was supposed to be a more friendly and progressive type activity. So there's some example of some of the names of schools when the school district was pressured to open more schools for the African American students. They had to convert some schools from white to black. In order to do that and kind of placate the public, on one hand, they changed the name. Some schools that had numbers in the names, they just changed the number. In other cases, when it was named after an individual, the African American community gave them suggested role models for the schools to be named after, and they did pick them. However, the community response was among the white residents generally opposed changing the schools from white to black, even if the utilization of that building was very, very low. The African American families pushed for more schools to be open and for the class sizes to be reduced by equalizing the utilization of the buildings. And again, they would suggest different names for the schools. During the desegregation period from 1960 to 1990, the name changes were essentially stopped. Now, what had happened before that was you had that period where a lot of the people who were the myth makers of that noble South had passed away, were named after them. So the district had gone through some processes to change those, but in the when the schools were being desegregated after 1960, a blue ribbon biracial committee was set up to come up with names. And they usually came up with some real good names for schools, people that you would like to have as role models for the children. But they did not deal with the name changes because that was still kind of hot and fresh. Plus, there was no reason to change it because of going from a white system to a black system, because the federal government had outlawed segregated schools. During the 90s, the school district did come up under pressure, came up with a program where the community could suggest name changes, and school communities would look at the names that they had for the schools, would research who the person was, and if they believed that that was a bad name, they could recommend to the school board with biographies up to 3 different citizens or 3 different names. That didn't have to be a citizen, could be a location or something else, to the school board to choose as a new name. The school board would approve the list, and they would go through a voting process among that school community. Now, some schools elected to retain the old name, which is why we're going into the more recent initiative to change. Here's some examples, and you can see it was almost a couple dozen names that were changed as a result of that community-based name-changing process. Then it was frozen in 2005 after Hurricane Katrina decimated 80% of the city. And the state also took over about 100 schools in order to, well, that were declared an academic crisis. And charter schools were brought in to operate the schools and manage them. Some of the charter schools, for example, KIPP, went and put up signs on the school that had used to be Robert E. Lee School that was changed to McNair School, the astronaut who died when the space shuttle crashed. They took off the McNair name and put KIPP as a name. So that caused a lot of ruckus, and the district at that point made it clear that school operators were not the same thing as school buildings anymore, and that they could have different names. And the school board would still, the elected officials would still retain the right to name the building, even if the organization inside the building had a different name. Now, that brings us to the last few years. The school district said, this is it. We've just got to get rid of all of these names that are inappropriate. So they adopted a policy that said that the school board is fundamentally opposed to the remaining names of school facilities if the persons were slave owners, Confederate officials, or segregation supporters. And that they just drew the line. We don't want those names anymore. So the community was going to have to accept that if they had a name like that, it's time to change. Then a process was established. There was a historians committee set up to vet the names of schools and the names of the newly proposed schools. I was on the historians committee. They had several university professors, historians, and other persons. Also, public input was set up through a lot of different ways: emails, public meetings, public hearings, virtual public hearings because it was during the pandemic. And a renaming committee took all of that information and made a recommendation for each school renaming to the superintendent of up to 3 names. he would pick one and recommend it to the school board, and they were adopted. So I'll just go quickly on a couple examples. Was the Sophie Wright. Sophie B. Wright was an educator. However, she was a big advocate of the myth of the lost cause and was a leader of the United Daughters of the Confederacy, raising money for monuments. She was replaced by another person named Wright, J. Skelly Wright, who was the federal judge who ordered the end of segregated schools. He was a very religious man, and so the way he stated in his ruling, we are all freeborn with the right to make our own way, unfettered by sanctions imposed of man because of the work of God. So I had a few other examples. Ben Franklin was changed to Katherine Johnson. John McDonough was changed to Dr. Alice Joffre, who was a big supporter of career education, especially for using it to desegregate. And the lessons learned, I'll conclude with that. One, it's important to have the official policy in the beginning, because then the debate was no longer, well, that person really wasn't a bad slave owner. Well, that's not the question. The policy said no slave owners. Now we get to whether that person was a slave owner. If they were, boom, they're out. The importance of the scholarly vetting, because you had a lot of myths about people, pro and con. I knew him, he was superintendent, I didn't like him, changed the name. No, you had to have scholarly vetting to verify that. And it's really important for community engagement, because people got it off their chest if they wanted the person to go, if they wanted to stay or whatever. It was a process that helped with the healing. It was important that we anticipated counterpoints and readied our response. For example, people would say, aren't you getting rid of history? And we said, no, we are using the history to make a policy decision, change the name. So we anticipated these questions in advance so that you would have the answer at your fingertips. And at lunch, if you want to know some of the others we had that were more interesting than that one, we had a lot prepared. And finally, you need to be ready to have changed the signage on the buildings and put the new name up and have community celebrations as soon as you can after the names are changed, so that now we're past the name. So with that, that's the process we use. Community engagement was critical in it, and hopefully this chapter in the past is gone. So, you have any questions? Yes.
Thank you. So you said you were a part of this final process, this last process.
The historians committee, yes.
What was that like?
Well, as I said, it was interesting. By nature, I was the target for a lot of phone calls, but it wasn't negative. You had a few schools where the name was very controversial, mainly because some of the administrators wanted to keep the old name because they saw it not as a person, but as a brand for their school. And the point was that I had to talk to some administrators, personally, and tell them, look, you're either going to be on top of this problem or the problem's going to be on top of you. Choose which one of the two that you want. Other than that, it was, a very fulfilling process. For example, in 1975, we had a major relocation to New Orleans from South Vietnam. And the Vietnamese community had been here 50 years. And it's not so much that they felt like outsiders at all, because they were part of the whole community. But when one of the schools was renamed to the leader that represented their community with the school board in negotiating how provisions were going to be made for their kids and how the kids were not going to be isolated in one school. When the school was named after that person, it's like people said, we are part of the community. It's like they just felt really recognized. So.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that.
I'll do a quick one, and I know Robert wants one too. Well, the last presenter too talked about courage, and I'm sure it took a lot of courage to step up and make these decisions, because you have to really go against long-standing traditions. Were there people in the community that were upset about it and were, let's say, maybe violent against any of these changes?
Well, the city had already warmed things up by going through changing streets and by tearing down the Confederate monuments. And that was one of the biggest things. And once the city tore down the monuments, it was kind of like the bigger symbol. And the schools, people had started to just give up. Also, the George Floyd murder, had made people attuned to the fact that, look, we need healing in all facets, and that if people are upset about something, in the long run, it's really not a big deal. But the students really got involved, and the alumni really got involved, mostly in having good names to choose. And it wasn't so much as it could have been years earlier.
I commend your efforts. Yeah. Great job.
Just want to share a couple of observations in relationship to some of the previous presentations this morning, and also in terms of situations here in South Africa. My first question to our South African colleagues is, when I first came to this community and to this institution, it was UPE, which is what? University of Port Elizabeth. Later on, in coming here, I came to Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. And now I'm at Nelson Mandela University. I used to come to Port Elizabeth. I am now coming to Kabara. I'm trying. Okay, so I would be interested in your reaction. We don't have time for it. But in terms of that situation and this situation. And then Ken made a point, I think, that addresses the question that was raised a little bit earlier, and that is, what does belonging mean within an institutional setting? And my sense of that was ownership. That when people feel that they own a part of that institution, then they belong. And so, as he pointed out with the Vietnamese community in New Orleans, in terms of the schools, in order for them to feel like they were part of the community, they had to what? Feel like they owned something. Just a couple of points. I'm done.
Yeah, in fact, one of our staff members was from Germany and had originally had left in the 1930s. And she made a comment to me when initially this board was being pressured to change names. She said, I know how I would have felt had you had a school named Adolf Hitler. And that's how the people that want the name changes feel.
Okay, I have one question. How long did the renaming process take?
This one only took about 6 months total, but the earlier one in the 90s took many years and still left 30 schools not changed because the schools decided it was either the principal wanted the name to stay or some of the people were Just that the community was too divided to argue about it or anything. But this last process took 6 months.
And that was post George Floyd.
Yes.
Okay.
We can have one more question.
Sorry, just to, in response to your issue relating to South Africa and the challenges that we encountered with regard to name changes. So I really want to congratulate the speaker because there's a close correlation between the South African situation and that situation. In our case, what we did is we had a lot of community engagement, and the community were involved, the students were involved. We renamed all our buildings at the Nelson Mandela University. We renamed the buildings and we involved the students and the community. We also changed in the Eastern Cape, which was initially had a lot of British names because it was a British kind of colony. What we did was we got the community involved. And you'll know that, maybe I must tell you, Gqeberha is a Khoisan word, and it refers to the river. And then they also changed the airport to Steerman, and he was a Khoisan leader. So the communities got together, and like in a similar way that you worked with your communities, that's how we worked. So thank you very, very much, because it really made us now reflect on the roles and the journey that we traveled. Considering that myself, as a black, I couldn't attend UPE. I was only allowed to attend in 1991. So from when I completed my matric at an Indian school in 1980, I had to go to an Indian university that is situated 600 kilometers in another province. I could not attend any university in South Africa. And only after the 1980s could I attend university, the so-called white university. And now I find myself at the very place that rejected me.
Wow.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Ken. Thank you for that presentation, Ken. And thank you for drawing the parallels for that bit of conversation, which hopefully we will be able to continue. Robert, thank you for that. We are now getting ready to have presentation number 37, Emancipatory Pedagogy in African-Centered Learning Spaces. And I will let you introduce yourself. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay, thank you. I'm going to use this because I'm going to need to look at my notes. I'm not as study that I originally done, a case study of a kindergarten through eighth grade school in a rural town in Ethiopia some years ago. And I will build on that case study to draw parallels on an African-centered school, a charter school in the Washington, D.C. area, where I was able to employ pedagogy that I believe supported transformative identity development of the students who were there. 98% of the students at that charter school were, in fact, African-American. And this critical issue of identity development I wanted to stay on for a moment, especially for students of African descent, has not been appropriately addressed in the United States. Of course, we have multiculturalism, we have culturally responsive learning, education, which is a great start, and we heard about that, of course, this week. But they don't authentically address a black child's understanding of their self and their background. So add to that the years of and centuries really of negative images, stereotypes, And we have an imperative to address the identity of marginalized students in the United States. And so we want to address this dilemma of opportunity gaps or achievement gaps that we find in many of our schools. And so turning to the case study first, I will start there. The school was in a rural area, as I mentioned, a town called Shashamane, which is about 250 kilometers south of the capital of Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. And I wanted to explore there how it was that the Rastafarian school leaders, it was established by Rastafarians, planned for and used their knowledge of their faith to support the learning of their students, and not just the students, but the surrounding community as well. In what ways was their NGO and this accompanying school uplifting and helping their students and the community? And so a brief background about the school. The JRDC school was established in the town of Shashamane. The significance of Shashamane is that it held land that was gifted to peoples of the Western Hemisphere, primarily people of African descent who had supported Ethiopia during the Italian invasion of the 1930s. And so the former emperor, Haile Selassie I, gifted land to the people of the Americas. And so starting in the 1950s, many Rastafarian families started to move to Shashamane, and so around the early 2000s, the NGO and the school were established initially to homeschool their own children, but very quickly through fundraising efforts and the fact that many of the Ethiopian families, primarily of the Oromo ethnic group, wanted to send their children to this school as well. And so currently it serves about 500 students, and there are a few hundred Rastafarian families living in Shashamane from all over the world. A little background on the faith as well. The Rastafari movement is considered a resistance-oriented movement, highlighting self-determination and collective consciousness, or unity. And this self-determination, if we could try to define it, it's been written to occur when an assimilated or an oppressed population it gains their culture back. And so this point is very important. When a people's culture over time has been controlled, it's been obscured or distorted, then their path to self-determination is obstructed. Their self-awareness becomes limited. And so considering this faith that really developed in some of the poorest neighborhoods in Jamaica and starting in the 1930s, very much aligned with the Pan-Africanist movement. Some scholars would argue that it helped to establish Pan-Africanism. And by the 1950s, it had produced this very unique sociocultural identity that incorporated language, dietary codes, shared history, and this attachment to Africa, and particularly to Ethiopia. And for many Rastafarians, the ultimate fulfillment of their faith was to repatriate to Ethiopia. And so they viewed Ethiopia as the promised land. And so some background on Ethiopia, because it remained not only one of the oldest Christian civilizations, as well as one of the countries in Africa that remained uncolonized, it seemed to be appropriate for me to explore some of the pre-colonial or traditional educational systems. And so I had the privilege for my data collection purposes to speak to the former Minister of Education of Ethiopia, Dr. Aklilu Habte. And he explained to me that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church was the center of life and polity in Ethiopia in pre-colonial times. I know it was never colonized, but pre-African colonialism. And the Ethiopian Orthodox Church was also the core of the educational system in Ethiopia. And in the 13th century, we started to see through the European missionaries and explorers and a movement towards a more westernized or Western approach to education, even in Ethiopia. And this was intensified in the modern era with the practice of sending young scholars, Ethiopian scholars, to Europe or to the United States to be educated. And as a leader who was fully invested in the educational system of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie I was hoping that modernization would grow very much aligned with traditional Ethiopian educational methods. However, that's not how it panned out. According to Dr. Hapte, when the scholars came back, they did not successfully create an educational curriculum or system that sustained any or kept any of the traditional Ethiopian educational components. And so in dealing with this attempt to answer a question that many scholars have asked, including Asante Molefi Asante, is there an African philosophy of education? And so again, the significance of Ethiopia seemed a credible place to start investigating this question, also because the country holds such a distinctive place for Rastafarians, and especially useful for the purposes of this case study. The conceptual framework for the case study lied in the three theories of resistance. Of course, Paulo Freire's banking the critique of the banking method, his problem-posing education, Molefi Asante's Afrocentric education, and Cornel West's prophetic pragmatism, sharing this idea and promise of transforming the identity of the learners, the component of the spiritual, and of course, democratic learning structures. The research questions that guided my case study were, how well did the JRDC, the school leaders, manifest the vision of a shared goal of the Rastafari movement in the form of this kindergarten to 8th grade school in the town of Shashamane? And also, what challenges and successes did the school leaders experience in deploying pedagogical practices that highlight Afrocentric philosophy of self-determination, identity development, and emancipation or liberation? The case study included, it included elements of ethnography, and this was to better illuminate the relationship, the reciprocity between the school and the community. And data collection involved both formal and informal observations and interviews, which were gathered over the 5 weeks that I visited the school. And you'll see the image of the school in the middle and some images from the surrounding community on this slide. So I identified core themes most dominant in shaping the way the JRDC school operated within the larger community. I found that the anti-colonial ideology of the Rastafari did actually support Afrocentric identity forming virtues, not just for the students, but also for the teachers. The majority of the teachers at the school were Ethiopian. A few were Rastafarian, but as I, for example, observed a classroom of an Ethiopian teacher who had been strongly influenced by the Rastafari presence, I observed the teacher's African history lesson, in which he included information about things like the transatlantic slave trade or colonialism. And when he learned about these things, he told me during the interview that it made him wonder why such cruel things were done to Africans. And so he wanted to learn about the great leaders, and it was through the Rastafari presence there that he learned about Haile Selassie I, or other leaders like Kwame Nkrumah or Jomo Kenyatta. And he wanted to, he told me, he wished to take this struggle further. He hoped that his students would would want to learn this knowledge as well and come back and help their community. He affirmed to me, in fact, that it was because of the mentoring and the teachings of the Rastafari in Shashamane that he himself became a Pan-Africanist. But some of these Afrocentric virtues were overshadowed at times by neo-colonial pedagogy that still existed in the way that the Ethiopian teachers taught, a very teacher-led style in their classroom. So in observing the classrooms, I saw a lot of rote memorization or a lot of students copying what was on the board. And these teachers admitted to me that even though the students seemed like they were engaged, when it came time to assessing them, they hadn't really processed the information well. The school leaders really wanted their pedagogy to move towards a more progressive, student-centered pedagogy, but they had certain barriers in terms of time and resources to effectively train their teachers. And there were paradoxes evident. As much as the school leaders wanted to instill in their students the love of their heritage and their culture, they understood that they had to prepare their students to navigate a Western-dominated world. So how do they teach their students in a way where they can succeed in this global economy? So their goals for the schools also included being able to effectively teach the students how to read and write in English so that they can move on to successfully go on to the secondary schools. The JRDC school was the only school in Shashamane that taught English at the elementary level. The Ethiopian schools did not. And so this was a big draw for a lot of the parents to send their children to the school so they can successfully pass the assessments in secondary grade, which were in English. And so we saw this paradox that school teachers, the Rastafarian school teachers and leaders were invested in wanting the JRDC to move forward within this Western concept of what success means. High test scores, mastering the English language, using these progressive Western pedagogies, and then accessing technology. Implications for this study point to planning for and creating a curriculum framed within an Afrocentric ideology, more specifically these African principles of spirituality and self-determination, which are also core elements of the Rastafarian philosophy. Planning by school leaders to embed these principles in the curriculum can demonstrate the ability to transform the identity of a learner from a marginalized one to one filled with agency, one that is empowered. So here we move from Shashamane to Washington, D.C., where I had the opportunity to teach at an African-centered school called Roots Public Charter School. Because it was a charter school, it had the autonomy to have an Afrocentric curriculum. And so this investigation of this school gives us an example of how to operationalize this theory. How is it that educators can plan for transformative pedagogy with the goal of decolonizing their students' minds and transforming their identity? Okay. And so some of the sample lessons that I was able to create and enjoy with my students rested on, how to integrate the roots of their history and their heritage to African philosophy and science and art. And so some of the sample lessons and sample work were, researching ancient African contributions to astronomy and space science and seeing the students understand, for example, researching that Kemet or ancient Egypt was the center of the study of astronomy and science. Here, students were able to complete projects on many of the ancient African civilizations, which I'll just go through the slides to show some student samples and the way that they planned for a three-dimensional representation of some of the research that they had conducted on things like the Kushite civilization and the Nile River. And I will end with a quote by Molefi Asante when he stated that the psychology of the African without Afrocentricity has become a matter of concern. Instead of looking out from one's own center, the non-Afrocentric person operates in a manner that is negatively predictable. The person's images, symbols, and lifestyles and manners are contradictory and thereby destructive to personal and collective growth and development. Hence the importance of glorifying and making great the symbols of African centeredness, which happens in very small few pockets in the United States. And so that is where I will end my presentation. I know I'm probably running out of time, so thank you. I can hear you.
Does I stand? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that very insightful presentation. In South Africa, we have a challenge in terms of language and how language was used to colonize us as people, colonize our mind. And Maria Salazar says that I was 5 years old when my language was stolen from me as a Mexican lady. And so I would just like to know, the school that you are presenting, are the children also being taught in their native languages, or is it English only curriculum that they are following? Thank you.
That's a great question, because that was actually a big piece of the research. There was a lot of conflict that the Rastafarian school leaders, who for them, English was the primary language, a lot of conflict with the local educational authorities, who at that point were insisting that the students not even learn in Amharic, which is the formal language of Ethiopia, but in the Oromo language. They were really trying to push that. So there were these paradoxes, because we have to ask anytime we talk about, culturally responsive spaces, learning spaces, how do we reconcile the student's success in a very Western-dominated world? So this is a question that has come up so many times in my work and research.
All right. Given the current climate all over the continent of Africa, and especially in West Africa, with the surge of Pan-Africanism, and you cited a lot of names, and I'm also thinking about how West Africans are mentioning Gaddafi, Sankara, in addition to Nkrumah and many others, within the context of neo-colonialism or even imperialism. In this process, I'm very curious to see if you do discern or help students discern, if there is any distinction between Afrocentricity as developed, or at least discussed by Molefi Asante, and Pan-Africanism?
That's a great question. I be honest, I haven't thought of it very much. I think just based on my research and my work, they are almost synonymous, right? Afrocentrism is maybe more the structure and the delivery of Pan-Africanism, which is this idea that this is something that can be applied to different spaces within Africa and as well as the African diaspora. So the few schools that there are in the United States really promote Pan-Africanism for all their children, whether they're continental African or American. So that's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have one final presentation, and that will be Caitlin and I. And John McKenna is going to time us, so we will also know when we are out of time. While Caitlin's pulling that up, I just want to echo on something Caitlin said earlier about this being a great place, a great organization for collaboration. So I became a part of ISEP in 2015. I was asked to become a part of a project when I was working at George Washington University. And it was through ISEP that we were collaborating with scholars in Saudi Arabia, where we helped establish a new PhD program. And that was a group of us that met here and worked together. I've also been a part of a research project with faculty from Kennesaw State University in Georgia. I would not have known them had I not met them here. And the presentation that Caitlin and I are going to offer you right now is a team of ISEP members, mostly board members, I think, but ISEP members. And this study came out of a short conversation that we had. So we really encourage you to reach out to people. If you've heard someone say something interesting, wow, I'd like to know more about that research, talk to them. This is a great place to do that. Reach out after the conference if you can't do it while you're here. That's how these types of projects are quickly born, and we've seen many of them come to fruition. So we encourage you. Okay, now on to the presentation. So we have been a part of a multi-state team. We're in the process. We've already collected data, but we'll talk about that. We did a study on K-12 educators and AI. So we were looking at their, we surveyed, and we'll talk about that in the, let's just go right on to the objectives of the study. Oh, sorry, I can't look in all the directions. Okay, so the objectives of the study were to explore what K-12 teachers and administrators feel they know about AI, how they indicate they're using AI, both from the educators and the administrators' perspective, their perceptions, and their concerns about AI. So for the methods for this study, the AI technology, we were defining it as any technology that mimics human intelligence capabilities. So ChatGPT, Claude, other types of generative AI. And K-12 educators included both classroom teachers. In there, we had librarians. We only had a few librarians. We were going to examine librarians as well as teachers, but we did end up putting them together because we didn't have very many responses from librarians. So when we talk about the educators, we're talking about the teachers and the librarians. And then, of course, the administrators are just that, administrators within the school. So we had two different surveys, one for the educators and one for the administrators. We collected demographic data, and then we had sections about knowledge, use, perceptions, and concerns.
So the way that we went about finding our sample was through purposive sampling first. So we wanted to make sure that everybody that was included, if they were a teacher, they were actively a teacher. So we had some respondents that were either not working in the classroom at the time or retired. We actually ended up removing those individuals because we wanted people who were currently in the classroom practicing. We then used convenience sampling, I mentioned before, probably the best way to use sampling. We reached out to our own contacts. So who do we know? Who has other contacts? What educators and administrators are we working with? I know I used even some of the individuals who were helping my student teachers at the time. So we worked with individuals that we knew that we could reach in these capacities. And then finally, we used snowball sampling. So we asked them to reach out to other educators so that we could have as broad representation as possible. We ended up with participants, educators and administrators from 5 states in the United States: New York, California, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Tennessee. So we had a pretty wide sample, which is what we were hoping for. I am going to start by talking about some of the ways that we actually analyzed our data. So today we're going to talk about the descriptive statistics and the frequency distributions. Okay, that's what we're going to cover. I want you to know, because we're going to hopefully get this published, that we went further than that and we actually ran some t-tests on the knowledge, the use, the perception, and the concern, comparing teachers to administrators. So their knowledge in comparison, their use in comparison, and we found some pretty interesting things. So we're excited to further publish that, but today we're going to talk about and let you see the actual distributions of their responses. So I'm going to cover the responses from the educators, the teachers first. First, we're going to take a look at teacher knowledge for AI. So use a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Show me, do you think teachers know about AI? Okay, are you ready? Yeah, well, we're gonna talk about that in a second. What do we mean by know? When I say do they know about AI, I mean do they know how to access AI? Right? Really simple. Do you even know how to access AI? Do they know that how AI is actually impacting the field of education? Do they know what is considered to be ethical use of AI? A big question we've been asking ourselves even at Niagara. Do they know the challenges associated with AI? And do they know how to seek opportunities to learn more? So these are the specific questions in terms of AI knowledge that we asked. We could have gone on forever. Okay, we tried to keep our survey very practical. So you can see, right, we wanted to show you the trend. It is trending towards agreement, which means they know, right, a little bit about AI. 60% actually of the respondents fall into these two categories, and then 40 are neutral or disagree. Okay, so it's roughly there, but we're leaning towards, okay, they know about AI a little bit. Okay, so now if they know about AI, do they use it? What do you think? Okay, let's watch it change. Oh my goodness, they do not use it. Okay, so what do I mean when I say the use of AI? Do they use it frequently? Are they using it for teaching? And we provided some specific examples. Are they using it for assessment? Again, we provided some specific examples. Are they using it to support students? Are they using it for other tasks, drafting emails, advising? And are they using it for personal tasks? So I want to point out a few things on this chart. Okay, first I want you to look at the orange bar, because you will notice it's fairly high in agreement over here. And the orange bar was AI for teaching. Okay, interesting finding. When it comes to using AI for other tasks, that's this blue bar right here before the end. I was, at the same time as this, working with my own teachers, addressing how they can use AI to combat burnout, because burnout in the field and teachers leaving had a lot to do with the other tasks that they had to do. I had to draft IEPs, I had to contact all these parents, I had all this paperwork to do, and AI can help with that. So we talked about that. So it was interesting to see in this survey it come back that they're using technology, AI technology, for some other tasks. Okay, but in general, they're not using it. They know a little bit, but they're not using it. Okay, now we go to perceptions. So we got to look at this one question by question. Okay, the first question, the light blue, so the first bar, is I believe knowledge of AI is crucial for my career. Okay, I believe AI knowledge is crucial for my career. Trending towards agreement. I believe teachers should incorporate AI technology into their teaching. Little bit of agreement, which is interesting because we saw that some of them were incorporating it or using it in their teaching. I believe I believe teachers should use AI or should learn how to use AI. This was an interesting one because it went back to the first question. Is it crucial to your career? Notice it's trending towards agreement. I believe teachers should learn how to use it. Next, I believe AI technology enhances student learning experiences. That's the blue bar. Okay, a lot of neutral answers there, which is interesting. Okay, I believe many students use AI technology to cheat. Okay, you knew we had to ask a question about that. We asked an ethical question first, so we wanted to compare that. You'll notice that it's trending towards agreement. Okay, it makes sense. Have we taught them how to use it? Perhaps they don't use it ethically. Okay, so now we get into a little bit more of the conversation, even in terms of leadership. Some of these questions have to do with, I believe my school or district is providing sufficient support related to AI technology. Imagine working in a school and asking yourself that. I see some heads shaking. Okay, that was trending towards disagreement. I believe it's important to have school or district policies. I knew you were wondering what this one was. Okay? Policies, very important. The perception that they're needed is very strong. And last, I believe my school or district has the infrastructure, the actual tools and ability to support AI use. Trending towards disagreement. Okay? So last, we asked them about concerns. Oh, they agreed with a lot of concerns. So you can see that we asked about ethical concerns, academic concerns. Okay? So now keep in mind what I just mentioned, because I talked about the teachers, and now Angel's going to cover the same sort of information, but for the administrators.
Thank you. All right, so now we are looking at administrators' AI knowledge. So this is asking them what they know about how to access, how it is currently impacting education, ethical use, challenges, and etc. Similar questions to those asked of the educators. And as you can see, it trends towards they are expressing a knowledge of AI as well. Although we do have some that are still saying they don't have a knowledge of AI, which we'll talk about with implications, meaning there's a lot of educating to be done. So this is administrators' use of AI. And one of the questions is missing. Not sure why. So do we know what the blue question might be? It's okay. It's okay. So use of AI, they did using AI mainly for administrative tasks, which could be helpful because they could model that for the teachers. We might talk about that a bit more during the implications. So now we go on to the perceptions of AI. Remember some of these questions. I believe AI knowledge is crucial for my career and professional development. So let's look at that one. So we have very strong agreement. Most of them know they need to have this capability. They need AI for their professional development. This one's really high. I believe administrators should learn how to use AI technology related to their position. So, higher than teachers. Very strong agreement. I believe AI can provide valuable support and improve staff importance. We also had very high agreement with the light blue there. I believe AI technology enhances student learning experiences. We had high agreement for that. So administrators are saying that it will be beneficial for students' learning experiences. I believe the school or districts are providing sufficient support related to AI. Uh-oh, we have disagreement here. So even the administrators are acknowledging the fact that AI is important, we need to know about it, we need to be using it, but we really don't have the support that we need yet. So obviously there's work to be done. This one, I believe it is important to have school or district policies. Very high agreement. Like, no, this is the dark green, not the light green. Still very high agreement. So they want that district support, school support, and the policies that go along with it. I believe the school or district has the infrastructure needed. That is, we've got a wide range here. Many that disagree, many that are neutral, and some that agree. So we have some information now that we have collected as we are showing in the frequency data here. So now we are looking at AI administrator concerns. And as you can tell, there are a lot of concerns about AI with administrators just as with educators. And what's our time, John? Okay, so we're just gonna go quickly to implications then.
I can tell you exactly right now, so this started at 12:18, it's 12:32, so you're like 4 minutes over right now.
Okay, so we've kind of covered some implications. Oh goodness, I'm gonna hand this over, Caitlin, and you can go through these really quick.
So overall, we're starting to think about what do we do now that we have this information. So we know that the areas of support are in all of the areas we mentioned. Knowledge, we need to increase knowledge, and that's a tricky one because we know it's ever changing. And we know since even we asked them, it's changed now, the knowledge that they should have. We know that the use of it, we really have to increase or enhance the use of it in appropriate ways. And really a lot of training comes along with that because you'll remember that one of the concerns was ethical use, a really strong concern. The perception of it, we know that there are mixed feelings about some of these areas, especially in terms of should I even learn it as a teacher or an administrator. So we want to get consensus on perception and help leadership, help the administrators who indicated it is vital for their career, have consensus within their school or district, and then their concerns. We overall were wrapped up in how much of a concern it was, but yet they don't know a ton about it. So if you're very concerned about something, ideally we want you to look more into it so that concern lessens perhaps. So more support is certainly needed. Schools and districts need to establish frameworks. Policies, that was a huge recommendation coming out of this. Concerns, which I mentioned, which were across the board, and then ethics, ethical integration, ethical use, students using it to cheat. It was a concern all across the board. So ethical concerns related to AI and really learning about ethics related to AI was evident.
It's 15 minutes perfect, so.
Perfect. Look at us, we're not over. Perfect, thank you. Sure.
Just the other week, I was at a meeting where we were discussing AI and its implications in higher education. And I must say, I know with the people that I engage with, there's a large chunk of us who are saying, nah. And I still can't speak with authority on issues of AI, because for me, as soon as we talk AI, I think students cheating. I'm just like one of those people. Then, and I know in this discussion where I was even asked if I've been using AI in my publications. And I told them I'll be caught out by Turnitin, so I've not gone that route yet. So I'm really curious, with your own experiences, how prevalent is the use of AI and what is the mood, especially in the work that you do, in terms of what people are thinking? Because I know here, I don't just speak for myself, I speak for a lot of colleagues. We don't like AI. we feel that, it's making it unethically easy for people and is robbing people of their ability to think, especially students. So we still believe in struggling a bit.
Mm-hmm. And so I would address that by saying, first and foremost, if it's not evident, very pro-technology. I love the use of AI. I love to dabble, but it is a tool. It is a tool. It is like a calculator. So the misuse of it can be rampant and prevalent. So my first job as an educator, because it is certainly staying within society, that's evident, is to teach my students what is appropriate use in my classroom, and then certainly within the university. And then encourage the use of that tool in those manners. So if I don't teach them how to use it, the expectation that they've used it correctly, I can't hold them accountable for that, just like anything else. So I first teach it, and then I certainly would love to talk about the ways that I teach it and have them use it, but I teach it first. Go ahead. You want to? No, that's later conversation.
Okay, I'll just piggyback on that a little bit. So integrating it into assignments, actually using it and saying, and just like Caitlin was saying, I want you to use AI in this manner for this assignment. And that's talking, for me, that's talking at the master's level, but then informing educators at the K-12 level how to do this as well. So that's a very quick
And for an example, I teach a research course, so having conversations, we know we're doing it here, about research and brainstorming topics. They can use AI in that capacity, and they can have that little think tank and ask for other ideas. What they can't do is ask it to do it for them, right? So how am I teaching them the appropriate use of it, and then me being able to identify when it's misused and have the conversation. I sit them down, I can tell. I start with, I know you used it, let's talk about how you did, and then what the appropriate way to use it is. And again, using that teaching moment.
We joke in my college that if anyone has delved into something, that's not a word that we were using much in the English language in the US prior to AI. So we see certain words that are emerging that students wouldn't necessarily have used. So delve is one of those. Now when I see delve, I'm like, it's AI. It might not be now, because now it's becoming part of our vocabulary, but anyway.
Yeah, my question had to do with your methodology. What's the size of your sample of both teachers and
Caitlin is much more intimate with the data than I am. I'm going to let her.
Okay.
So we had 98 teachers and 34 administrators. Not every question was required. So for knowledge use, for example, 133 answered, and then 122, and then 116, 114. So we saw survey fatigue, certainly, but still had over 100, which was great.
I think it's good to get that kind of indication from those who are on the front line, so to speak. Are you thinking about replicating the study with maybe a more representative sample so that you might be able to generalize the results?
We would love to. We would love to get more colleagues in so that we could talk about that.
But if we do that, we're also aware that 6 months from now, people are going to be answering these questions differently. So this is like a baseline, but yes, to get a representative sample of some of these same questions later on, we still realize there's going to be differences.
Yeah, but if you get a baseline that's more representative of the population that you're trying to study, as the field evolve, you'll be in a position to determine how the changes have taken place. Right now, your generalization is limited to the sample that you have.
Yeah, and we keep getting bigger, so our questions actually, when we started, I built this survey, or a version of this survey, for my university, because they were interested in making a policy, of course, related to AI. So I built this. I knew the results for every faculty member at the university who answered, and then we did this. And I could compare those, which is another study in and of itself, but it was very interesting to see the same trends and the same concerns specifically.
Have you looked at other studies? Have there been other studies within the U.S. or elsewhere about this?
Many.
Thank you. Great presentation. I was just thinking, I know we want to teach people what's right and what's wrong with AI, but there's a lack of policies right now and guidelines and procedures. So how do you determine what's right when there is no guidelines or procedures?
Right. It's an interesting policy-making discussion, and we're having that at our university right now. But a lot of it comes down to even navigating academic freedom within the realm of higher education, and then the policy that you create to actually convey that to faculty and to students.
And this idea that there's a continuum of use, and we have to define in what settings it's okay to use that continuum at different different aspects. I mean, when we use Microsoft Word now, AI is a part of that. Whether we realize it or not, it's generating the next possible word for us. All of us are using AI, so becoming aware of where we are on that continuum. Did we use AI to polish a draft of something, and is that acceptable in this situation? Or did we use AI to generate an outline, and then we developed that by delving into the research? And what's okay in this aspect? So right now there's not policies in place, but I think educators can do that within their own classrooms right now. And the more we do that and inform others what we're doing, I think we'll be in a much better place to make some actual policies.
Thank you. Great presentation. Two of the questions that I was going to ask were already asked by John in terms of replicability and then engagement at the global level of participants. So one other thing that I wanted to ask, which I think I am kind of lost about, is whether or not there would be some difference in terms of geographic region around the world.
Great question. I think we will see, but that's just me hypothesizing the differences. And we were hoping, even through this multi-state study, we were going to be able to see differences from the East Coast to the West Coast, but we really didn't have a large enough sample to really know. But geographically, I think we have to look at technology and infrastructures in different places where the ICT is there and places where it's still developing. I think we would have very different answers to a lot of these questions.
And statistically, we ran the ANOVA between the states, and there was no statistical significance between them. But we had small numbers from some states, larger numbers from others. Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we are now ready for lunch. So you can head to the lunchroom outside and to the right, and then we will come back around 1:10 p.m. Thank you.
and she's coming up, and she gave me some lessons in her name, and so she said I can just say that again. I can just say
Slee.
Slee, but the full pronunciation is
Slindile means being patient.
And yesterday we had a patience, and today we got another one. Okay, thank you. Good. And I'll keep the time at 5 minutes before you end. I'll let you know, and 1 minute before that, I'll let you go. I'll let you know, and then we have 5 minutes after.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lindile, and my surname is Malangeni. I am from here at Nelson Mandela University. I recently graduated from my PhD in education in the faculty in the Department of Education Research and Engagement. So, hence the presentation today. So today I am presenting to you on a. I'm going to be presenting to you on a South African model that we co-created with my participants during the process of my PhD study, and I'm going to be presenting to you the outcome and also a way forward now that we are done with the PhD study. So my PhD focused on developing a community school model that addresses the unique challenges that are faced by schools in the low-income South African communities. So that's the focus of my study. Okay, let me take you through the background of this study in terms of where I ended up into the Faculty of Education. I have a background in social work and also in development studies. So the study that I'm going to be presenting to you was one of the 4 postgraduate studies. One of my colleagues did present yesterday, who was also part of the project as well. So the project was linked to the NRF engagement grant-funded project, which is known as HOPES project, with the aim of reimagining community schools as beacons of hope, specifically developing a model that we can actually use in our school to reconceptualize and also improve our schools, and also improve the quality of education and community schools in the low-income communities. So the great thing about the project is that we were 4 in the project. So all of us have graduated. Okay, the other one is graduating in December, just would benefit in terms of achieving the basic school functionality if they are partnered with the communities and also other stakeholders, such as external stakeholders and internal stakeholders who have the same purpose or who have the same, yes, of achieving improving the education in our communities. So I'm just gonna take you, just give a brief in terms of what is community school model, because I think it's very important to understand. So a community school model, as you can see the word in there, it's community school model. So it is basically focusing on community and also the school at the same time. So it's more like getting trying to involve communities and also other external stakeholders into the school, where they can be able to assist to come and, meet halfway our schools in terms of improving their quality education, and also to be able to provide some of the resources that our government schools can't provide, and also to extend the services in terms of the services that can also assist our learners when they're outside of the school. Such of those services could include after-school programs, can also include services such as assisting those learners who live in the communities with, let's say, food parcels and those, those things that can assist students to be able to function into the school, into the learning and teaching space. So that's how I can explain community schools, and also its purpose to create schools that meet the needs, as I said, of the learners and families. So it involves not only the community members, but also the university and also other local organizations that feel the need that we need to be part of the schools in order to be able to assist the schools to improve their quality of education, specifically the basic school functionality. So this study had two aims that guided the study. So the first aim was to explore and also to understand with the stakeholders, multi-stakeholders that were involved in the study in education, how we can, as stakeholders, reimagine the basic school functionality and improve our quality education in our school. If we come together as community, if you come together as university, if you come together as family, such as parents, how we can improve the school. So that was our primal aim. And then our second aim, which was then with the information or with the data that we gathered in terms of how we can reimagine the school. So now that we understand the reconceptualization of basic school functionality, what then? So that's when we then started to, develop in terms of the community school model that we can implement in those schools, and also to sustain that model in those schools, and also the school that will also be able to, invite other stakeholders that want to be part of the journey of improving the community schools or even any other schools. So the project included 2 primary schools and 2 high schools in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality and also around Utenig that form part of the Center for the Community Schools. So the Center for the Community Schools is also situated here at Mandela University. That's where I was an intern as well as a social work and also a coordinator for the project, for the school project. That's when my interest emerged, and also decided, you know what, because I have been involved and I have been interacting with the community, I have been interacting with the schools and also with the university, and therefore with my social work even experience and also being a coordinator, I now understand in terms of, and also know the need in terms of what are those holistic approaches that can be implemented in those schools in order to improve our quality education. These are the 4 objectives that guided us in the process of our study. As you can see, as I stated, the first one was to understand in terms of what is exactly basic school functionality, and also understand why there is community school and why community school is important in our societies. And also we were able to describe the challenges of the community schools and also the key elements of basic functionality. We are also able to, explore the roles and responsibilities of multi-stakeholders that were involved during the process of the study, and also we're able to advance or co-create a conceptual framework that I'm going to be presenting in this presentation. So the study was guided by 2 theoretical lenses. As you can see, one of the lenses was the complementary learning system framework, which is known as addressing the complexity of the community schools or any school. So why we had chosen that lens? We chosen it because we wanted to create a model that is adaptable and also that is sustainable to the specific needs and context of the schooling. And we also use what is called social constructionism theory. This one is based on the experiences and also the interactions of the participants who were part of the study. So it focuses on how individuals create and negotiate meanings of understanding through their interaction and also experiences. So it was basically used to understand in terms of how different stakeholders, such as the communities, the teachers, the parents, and can come together to contribute into the school functionality. So we use what is called critical participatory action research as a methodology because to tell you this is not an easy methodology to use because it is very time consuming. If you are unable to work with people, I don't think this is gonna be good for you. But here we use this critical participatory action research because it is democratic and also it is an inclusive approach. So we wanted to break down the traditional power dynamics where researchers hold all the authority and to allow all the researchers to be able to feel comfortable and also to interact regardless of the power of the different stakeholders that were involved in the study. And these were the data generation methods that we use. We use what is called action learning set, where we had collages, World Cafe, and also we were also using personal reflective journals where we would reflect throughout the process of the study. And because the study was, the data generation was conducted during the time of COVID-19, so we had to use what is called personal communication, where we would, do the check-ins, reflect in terms of our fears, and also support most of our participants when in terms of some were losing their families, some teachers were even dying at that time. So we'll use that platform to also support. This is how my data generation process looked like. As you can see, it was done in 3 cycles. The cycle 1 was guided by the research sub-question 1. And yeah, as you can see, those collage, as I mentioned in the last slide, that we use collage and also other. And then in the final cycle, which is cycle 3, this is where we were very excited because we're now co-creating the model that we actually feel like it will benefit our school and also improve the basic functionality of our school. As you can see, it has different stages or phases where in terms of how stakeholders want to implement a community school, what stages they can, go about and what values and principles they can follow. And these were the findings. One of the findings was that the study highlighted the importance of school principles and SMT and a culture of value and trust in integrating the community school into the community, into school operations. And one interesting thing was that our participants really raised the fact that they also feel like our schools should include them into the process of trying to improve their schools, not just to invite them when there are issues in the schools when it comes to their kids, but they need to be the one to fully be part of the process of improving from the initial stage to the last stage. And this is the model now that we co-created, which we feel like it will serve as a guide for some stakeholders who are aiming to implement and also sustain a community school model. And also this one, it won't be only apply into the schools that participated into the study, but also to other schools that feel like they want to implement and sustain community schools. So these are the stages, and also these are the guiding principles. Community schools to develop multi-stakeholder participation structures that build a culture to foster trust, recognition, local values, and understanding that are collaboratively structured. So these were some of the conclusion. So what is the next step now that we are done with the study? We are busy trying to, we are working on what is called SLP, Short Learning Program, where we will use the model that we co-created as a guideline, and that SLP will be based in the Nelson Mandela University. It will be a product of the Nelson Mandela University, specifically in the Center for the Community Schools, and will be used by all the stakeholders that were part of the study, and also other stakeholders that feel that they want to, implement and sustain community schools. So we are still working on this one. I'm not going to dwell more on it. So these are some of the pictures that we took during the process of the study. It was a very interesting study, at the same time very challenging one, especially during the time of COVID-19. So thank you very much.
So fascinating study. I do appreciate the participatory action research methods. And so my question was more about the details in terms of your data collection. I saw that you collected artifacts like collages. And what was that like, being able to draw data or coding artifacts like that? So I was just curious, what were some of the findings from that?
Okay, so thank you very much. You know what, with the methodology that I was using, as I said to you, it is not as easy as we think it is. It can fit a slide, but to be honest with you, it took me like a year to complete the data collection. So with the artifacts and everything that was happening, data collection, as a researcher, we usually come in with our proposal to the participants. But with that and then, to the participants. So let me start with the traditional research now. When I speak about traditional, it's the normal research that we do. We come to the community or to the person, do interviews, and then we go. Yeah, so with this one, it was a matter of me drafting my proposal and then go into those people, which are my participants, and then introduce my study. And with my planned also type of methodology and type of data collection that I want to use. So to answer your question, what made this very easy was that the participants were able to negotiate around that and also find in terms of which type of data generation methods were very easy for them to use as compared to those ones that I have planned before I even get to them. So it was easy in a way that because we had to sit down and also, identify and also see which type of data collection or methods that we want to use throughout the study. So it was very easy, and also we're very careful about the power dynamics, because we had like different participants. It was the principals, it was the university members, it was school volunteers, as well as the parents. So we were able to allow, especially with the parents and also the school volunteers, to even voice out in terms of how they want this project to look like. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Don't see any other hands up. The community school model, it seems like there's some basis for that within the South African context. I mean, I remember going to some of the schools in the Walmer Township right here, and they've had kitchens. They had local people preparing meals for students and things of that sort. Other people collecting books for libraries, coming in, building libraries. So it seems like there's a basis for the community school concept. Can you elaborate upon that in terms of how are you trying to formalize some things that are already in place within the community? How is that being used and reconceptualized or restructured?
Oh, okay. I don't know if I understand your question.
The question is, given that there's some services that the community have been providing, some services in the schools, like growing gardens, fixing meals, the concept of community schools in South Africa, is that being built upon what is in place already?
Yeah, yes, some of the, not even some, almost all of our community schools, they have like services that are actually even used by the community members, such as the gardening that you have mentioned, the library, and also the computer labs, where they can actually, the community can come into the into the school and also use those services in terms of if they want to apply for job opportunities, or maybe they want to create CVs to applying for the job. So those resources that are placed into the community, they allow everyone who wants to use them, because that is why we have a community school. It is a school for the it allows community to take ownership of that school, and also to be able to use all the resources that are available in that school.
Yes.
So in relation to that, I'm interested. I know that in South Africa we have public schools, private schools, different quintiles within the public school arena. So how would you define a community school in relation to a public school? Is it a different type of school altogether, which is premised on particular principles? Because I know that a public school will simply mean that it's a school that is government-owned, the teachers are paid by government, etc. So how does a community school fit within those categorizations of public and private schools?
Yes, community schools are still public schools, but the difference now is that with community schools, you are involving a lot of different stakeholders, not just internal stakeholders, but also external stakeholders. For example, where I come from, I'm coming from a rural area in Libode. We didn't know about what is community school. The only time I knew what is community school is when I came to PE. So in Libode, where I was, our school was very dependent on government. All the services, all the resources, if they are not there, if the government did not provide, then that's it. And then when it comes to community schools, that's where now we want, it's different, because you are involving a lot of stakeholders, external. For example, with the university can come into those community schools and supply with, let's say, computer labs, you see, and also with the books that can be placed in the library, and also other stakeholders like local organizations who wants to be part of the school, so that they meet halfway what the government is providing to the school.
In relation to the work that I do, so now I know that with the dispensation towards making schools inclusive, we have things, explanations like full service schools, things like, special schools as resource centers, etc. And I know that that is legislated. So I'm trying to understand, in terms of community schools, is there legislation that actually says for a school to become a community school, these are the things that have to be adhered to? Or is it a decision that can be made by the people within the school or the communities around you to say that we are owning this? Because as you are talking now, I'm thinking what comes to mind is like the WHO health promoting schools, whereby, communities will come together and come up with health, communal gardens within the school to improve nutrition and the like. So then who legislates community schools, if at all it's legislated? Or is it something that, as a principal, for example, I can say, I'm inviting the community to be part of this so that we now transform our school into a community school? So what are the procedures? Really, that's what I want to understand, because I think it's an excellent idea, which maybe need to be replicated elsewhere.
Can you give a brief answer to that?
Sorry?
Can you give a brief answer to that question? I mean, it's a very involved question, but is it
But would you?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to answer?
No, I'm saying, it's a
About
time
the
factor.
time.
We're running out of time.
Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you so much, Silindile, for your presentation. As you know, my research that was also in community schools. So maybe also addressing your question, Prof. Sina, is that, there's a section of building inclusive school communities in our Teaching for All material and in our Inclusive Ed module. So the community schools really very much link up with building inclusive school communities, because the thing is, the school identify a need, whether it's the teachers or the parents or the learners, and they try and solve that need through complementary stakeholders. But I think if you want that alignment, maybe that section then is our alignment. But as far as I know, there's no specific legislation for that. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And let me just say, we went over time a little bit in our model, as our guest speakers spoke about yesterday, in terms of how we kind of structure ourselves in a certain way. But this conversation is very much at the heart of this conference theme: reconfiguring, reimagining education through engagement. And this discussion has given us some insight into the South African processes for educating their children and involving the community. And so I allowed it to go on a little bit more because it is very important. Well, even just the discussion among the South Africans was helping to clarify some issues. And it's been helpful to us outside of South Africa to have a better understanding of the dynamics taking place within this society. And so the world is also witnessing these kinds of changes and thoughts about them. So thank you very much for this engaging and thought-provoking conversation. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, but I just want to know this.
I
think she's after me. No, she's after, I'm after her.
Okay. Oh, you're Magdalena. Okay, and your last name? Clote?
Yeah, Clote.
Clote? It's okay. No, it's not okay. I got these.
You can go.
Maar in Afrikaans je zegt Klute. Huh? Klute. 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 Okay, Klute. And Magdalena?
Magdalene is jouw presentation hier op die hardrock.
Oh, yours up.
Have you got it here? What is
Louise,
it?
you're trying to get yours up.
I've got mine on. You know where her? Yep. Okay, there it is. Good. I'll leave you.
Okay. We're going to continue this discussion. I know they're individual presentations, but you're going to see the connection. I don't even know the connections, but we're going to see the connections among them because our colleague coming in from another province, another university, is addressing the question of it takes a village. And so I'm going to let you introduce yourself and your topic and further educate us about some of the dynamics taking place here. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay. Is it fine? Can you hear me?
If not,
good.
You just take this with you.
This one. Is this one working? Hello. So my name's, if you want the correct pronunciation, is Magdalena Klute. I'm from Durban, which is on the east coast of South Africa. It's just if you keep going that way, you'll get there eventually. And it's from at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm not an educator. I'm not an educational planner. I'm an architect. But I think there's a lot of parallels. So I've been an academic for about 18 years or so. And I've only recently completed and submitted my PhD, and I'm very anxiously waiting for the feedback. So, yes. How do I move is it just the green button? Ah, great. Okay, so that's me. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so what I did with my presentation, I tried to, because the feedback I got was, how does this talk relate to the conference, which is about community engagement? So, I mean, the idea of it takes a village to raise a child, it's an African proverb. Actually, I searched, and nobody really knows where it comes from because it's not specifically attributed to Africa, but not from anywhere else. So we take it as an African proverb. So the idea of children being cared for at the very young age, because my research is about early childhood development, it's not primary school, is that at that level we've got the child, the parent, the carer, the teacher, the principals, and in our context we often have NGOs or churches or other faith-based organizations, and kind of in a completely different compartment almost. We have municipality, which is your city kind of governing body. You have departments of social development, Department of Education and Health, because we have an integrated ECD policy. And we also have provincial government and national government. So that's kind of the very broad community that we're dealing with when we're looking at how do children develop. So early childhood development, my research, and this is a word cloud done in vivo on my PhD abstract, and you can kind of see the stuff that comes out of there. The topic of my research was looking at the role of, or the transformation of ECD, or early childhood development, through responsive learning environments, and I did a multiple case study. It's based on children's rights, on a very broad level of understanding that children have the right to education, but they also have the right to learn through play. They have the right to health, to kind of be fed well, to caring parents. There's a whole bunch of written things underneath that. It's also based on the SDGs, SDG 4 specifically. And I looked quite closely at the notion or the concept of early intervention, which comes from Heckman, the Heckman equation that shows how a child kind of early investment is so much more valuable than later investment if you want to transform society. And then how that all plays out in developing countries and South Africa, because our context is very similar to many other developing countries where early childhood development or the way the children were raised was kind of in the family. And then suddenly you have this colonization of education and formalization of education, and how that almost removed children from the homes. So it's a new kind of thing that happened there. So the research objectives for this paper is to explore the role of communities, which is family, faith-based, non-government organizations, play towards quality early child development in the context of Africa. And this is just a picture of early intervention. That's not any of the objectives of my PhD. So I have to just put that disclaimer out there that when I actually started putting the presentations together, I thought, okay, I didn't focus on this. It really came through. The role of the NGOs really came through, but I almost need to do a little bit more analysis of my data to be able to write the paper. So what I'm going to show is some of the extracts from my study. The first thing that became quite clear is kind of defining what quality early childhood development is very complicated. It's not a simple thing. So this image here is from one of the documents from South Africa. I think it's one of the, I can't remember the title now. But these are the main components that are required in an integrated system. So you have maternal child health services, you have nutritional support, support for primary caregivers, social services, and stimulation for early learning, which is really the kind of component that I look at. But without all of those, you can't achieve this either. And then my study focused very much on the learning environments, and these are characteristics of what it takes to have a quality learning environment. As you can see, these are some key authors, but they don't necessarily agree either. So it's very much a blurred kind of situation of there are many things that influence the quality of your learning environments as well as the quality of ECD. So in South Africa, the system that we have, firstly, let's just talk about this. So the status of ECD delivery in SA in 2019, as you can see, was not doing very well. And I think post-COVID, we would probably find that primary level of maternal and child health has gone down as well. I don't think it's quite there anymore. COVID really impacted the development of the ECD sector quite a lot. But what you can also see is that generally nutritional support, support for primary caregivers, and stimulation for early learning is poor. So it's a really complicated sector, and in our country things are not going well. So in my review of literature, these are the things that really stood out in terms of the ECD centers or preschools or kindergartens or creches. Doesn't matter what word you use, that's what describes that. Enrollment numbers are very low. I think we're looking at about 40% of children actually attend these centers. The teacher training is generally very poor. A lot of the teachers, or some of the teachers that I interviewed, would start in the kitchen and slowly do short courses and work their way up till they become a teacher. Government funding is a huge problem in various ways. The actual ECD programs, what they learn and how they educate the children, seems to be a range of things. There is a system in place, but it's not always implemented correctly. And then the condition of infrastructure, which I'm really interested in, is again really quite terrible in many cases. Although there's very little research on that, I probably found about 3 or 4 papers research that's actually looked at the buildings themselves. And then registration status. So when we spoke about Slee's presentation, which described the schooling system of public and private, the ECD sector is slightly more complicated because there's very few government-funded ECD centers. They don't necessarily fund early childhood development in the same way. They don't necessarily build schools. It's a slow process of starting to build schools. So many of these centers are actually started by churches or by family members or an NGO that supports someone who's already started. But there's a process of registration that needs to happen for them to get funding. And that funding is really per child. And I think it's something like 17 Rand per child per day. And one of the amount is probably 5 times more is spent on prisoners. So it's really questionable what our system says where children belong and the importance that they have. And then the last thing that was really challenging was COVID-19. During COVID-19, during that lockdown periods, most of these little schools were closed, which in some cases it meant that the grants were not even paid. So the principals couldn't pay their staff. Obviously, if the parents are not taking the child to the school, they're also not going to pay the small fee that they are paying. So COVID impacted them hugely. And there were some stats just showing the difference in actually attendance during that period. So in terms of theoretical framework, I worked with Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory, where we kind of have the macro system, the exosystem, mesosystem, and microsystem, and the individual child in the middle, and how that kind of the child's development and actually development through life is impacted through these various different systems, where the government might be seen as the broader level. So what did happen during my study is that I ended up reworking the understanding of the ecological systems model from the perspective of the child. So I attempted to do that. I'm on 5 minutes, oh gosh. So this is just a reconceptualization of that very concentric, very kind of symmetrical system, which isn't real. And I think this is an attempt to show that it's more complicated. So I need to move faster. This is the research phase. I'm not going to go through that. The different levels of methodology that was used, and you can see the only one where I actually used the ecological systems theory was with the interviews. This is the data or the analysis of the buildings themselves and the quality of the spaces. Now, just quickly, the E numbers are all in low socioeconomic area, and the H numbers are too high socioeconomic areas. So what stands out is that E6 is the only one that achieved really well in both those graphs from the low socioeconomic spaces. This is just the analysis of the interviews, which I'm going to jump over. Again, this might just be too difficult to explain now. So let's look at some of the feedback that I got. I'm just going to stand here so I can read it. So the first one is just my kind of looking back and understanding the role of community with ECDs, and they were all really embedded in there. One of the centers really, when I spoke about belonging, someone else also spoke about it, that sense of belonging. She mentioned that she felt that the NGO, which gets them to paint their buildings in a certain way, creates a sense of belonging and an identity through this, because you kind of know, oh, that, or the NGO's name is GROW, is here, and they have a presence, and that gives identity. And then the last comment is this interaction with government, where there was a real sense of frustration, where they felt got an architect involved, as well as donation, a company which donated these shipping containers that were converted. The process for the design was done participatory. They met with the people, and the only reason that this center is the quality, that it achieved the quality, is because of the engagement of the NGO. So that's really what I wanted to show. But also, this is the little ECD center. That's the principal's office, principal's house. And this is a church. So it's a whole community on one side, all integrated. 1 minute. Okay. So one of the recommendations from my research was a process of how would you develop ECD centers, specifically the infrastructure, and what stands out is the notion of so from co-creation, co-production, co-design, co-delivery, co-evaluation. You need that collaboration to be throughout to make this work, to achieve what that little school did. Although the government wasn't involved there, which is problematic. And then just some reflections on what stood out for me if I've been listening to all of the talks, and I actually wanted to get John's pictures of those meetings yesterday. I think that would have been really good. You know, the top-down one, and then the one that had everyone talking. That's what we're talking about. In architectural urban design, which I teach also, we often speak about the notion of a top-down compared to a bottom-up. And what we need is a bottom-up approach to policy development. Your community schools that you want to develop, you need to engage with a new policy. How do you get there is through engagement with the people, the researchers, the people in the schools, the communities that surround them. Another thing that is really a problem in my world is that ethical constraints to do participatory work is really complicated. So I've been meaning to ask that generally as just, do you find it difficult to do this engagement? Isn't there ethical barriers all the way through? So we find that there is. And I think that's my last slide. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a fascinating study. I have several questions, but I'll try to ask them in one.
Okay.
Then we can engage outside. One of the, as you were presenting, I was thinking about a lot of things. One of those was the impact of the highly politicized and contested Bella Bill on what you are doing. So, and then I was thinking, there are also other developments besides the Bella Bill. The fact that within the ECD space, the country is trying to move away from the practitioner model to the education model. And then, of course, that's one. Then secondly, in terms of the context within which your study was situated, in South Africa, you can't help but talk about, you know, quintiles, low quintile, the poorest of the poor, and high quintile, sometimes the richest of the rich, if I could put it that way, because it's no fee and fee-paying schools. So within that, where was your study situated within this rich context of the low quintile, that is low socioeconomic status, and high socioeconomic status? And what would be the implications if you were to move from where you were? Bear in mind that I don't know where the context is, to, let's say we are moving from the high quintile to the low quintile. What could have been the findings there? So, so I was thinking as well, maybe for the clarity of all who are concerned, what would ECD be, you know, in terms of age within the context of the study? Because, you know, sometimes people will say ECD is this age or that, and this is what. So if you could explain those three things, how you think what you are doing is going to be impacted by the proposed Bella Bill, which has now been signed off, as you know. And then, of course, those issues of context around socioeconomic status, as well as the ages of the learners in the ECD space.
Okay.
And you have a minute to do that.
All right, I'll work backwards. The age range that I looked at was 0 to 5, because none of the schools had grade R, which is our kind of reception here. They're often paired with primary schools. The quantile was the low socioeconomic would be your lowest quantile, and the high socioeconomic would be probably deemed as the top. And that was particularly chosen. So the interesting thing is that within physical context, they're very close together. And the one high socioeconomic one it's a fairly recently constructed private school, but the NGO is based on their campus, and they actually engage directly with all of these centers. So there's a community relationship there as well. They originally had a preschool on their site, but they found it because then the children would go to the preschool, but then they have to go back to the school in the low socioeconomic area, and it's kind of, the learning is lost. So I think now they provide bursaries for some children. In terms of, so that's low socioeconomic. Yeah, the Bible, I have to be honest, I haven't read it in full. I think the one thing that I can speak about, because language is quite a pertinent thing in that, is that all of these centers were teaching them an English first language, which to me is problematic. I don't think at that age, you know, necessarily you should be teaching them in English, but it was done like that. But the way the teachers were all isiZulu speaking, so I think they navigated in a certain way. But because the NGOs were providing the materials and providing the curriculum, that's all in English. So there's a whole, I think that's a whole nother study. To be honest, I'll leave it at that then.
A whole lot to process. Dean, as she come down, Dean Eloise is one of the organizers of this conference. And she's been very instrumental in all that has taken place, the design, the activities, the involvement of many of the people that we saw. The choir has come from her faculty. So everything that's good about the conference, the credit goes to her. Anything that's wrong with the conference, blame me. So she's been an excellent partner. Her, Dean Mookie, Jackie, and the rest of the colleagues here at Nelson Mandela University. So let's just thank her in advance before she begins her presentation. And when I suggested the theme of engagement, they weren't skeptical, but they wanted to make sure that it really was a meaningful theme. And I see why, because they take it to heart. And it has been clearly evident in all of the presentations that we've gotten from people with this university and many other universities here in South Africa and even around the world. So we were able to reformulate that. Caitlin and I, we've worked through it. And so it's been really satisfying to know that this is really speaking to real needs and interests. And without further ado, I introduce you to someone who doesn't need introduction to those of you here at Nelson Mandela University, but to the rest of us, Dean Eloise Satara. Thank you very much. You need the mic?
I need the mic. Otherwise, I will have to use my teacher voice. Good afternoon, everyone. You saw me running down there just now because I was so excited after Silindile's presentation. And I was happy that you asked the 100 questions to her because my presentation actually follows on her presentation. I'm not going to introduce myself because Robert did that already. At Nelson Mandela University, we take engagement very, very seriously. It's one of the 3 pillars of the core work of the university, teaching and learning being the first one, research being the second one, and engagement being the third one. So much so that we have a deputy vice-chancellor in charge of engagement and transformation. So much so that in the faculty, we've taken on the role of engagement through the Center for the Community School. And I think that's what Silindile spoke about earlier and on what her research was based. It's an entity within the Faculty of Education. We're still grappling there are some working definitions on what a community score is. And you'll see I'm talking about it as well. Because of the multiple understandings of what it means, because it depends on where you find yourself in the context in which you work, that will contribute to your understanding of what a community school is. There's no legislation. One of the objectives of our Center for the Community School was actually to work towards, duplicating this type of centers in other parts of the country, and getting this going so that we can actually take this up to Parliament level for legislation to be considered around this. But that's not what I'm going to be talking about today. My presentation, and Robert, when I saw the call, I thought I can't be on the LOC and not present. And I had a whole lot of things that I could present on. When I listened to Rosemary Michaels the other evening and to Logan yesterday, I thought I could present on our DOD project. But the word engagement stuck with me. And I thought, let me talk about one of the projects that we were involved in. And then afterwards, we reflected on this relationship between the university and the community. And one of my partner researchers is sitting at the back there, Professor Geduld. This presentation I wanted to do with the site coordinators, who is the community members that worked on this project. Unfortunately, and I invited them here, unfortunately, they're involved in a school safety summit that we're hosting on our Missionville campus today, and they can't come to this. Because I think part of what we're recommending in this presentation is the importance of acknowledging the community when we're doing presentations like this. But let me go on. Everybody knows the legacy of the South African apartheid system. And, the glory story of the 1994 transformation into a democratic government. However, the fact that, there was democratization of the political system did not automatically guarantee that there would be democratization of learning and knowledge creation. So that is why you also see a lot of struggles within the education system, basic education system as well as higher education system. One standout struggle is the issue of community-university partnerships, because universities have been positioned, in some cases they've positioned themselves, or let me say, we have positioned ourselves as the sole knowers, experts in education and specific projects. And that, the community, they sit out there waiting for us to come and save them, that they don't have any knowledge that could assist them in moving forward and creating a better life for them. And the Center of the Community School actually speaks against that, because it says that the community has knowledge. And that's where we have to start. We have to go to them to ask them, what is the challenges that you're experiencing? Get an understanding of the challenge first of all, and then ask, how do you think you can solve this? What resources do you already have? Instead of going in there and assuming what the problem is, and assuming what they need and how they need to solve the problem. However, we as academics are pushed by this notion of publish or perish. So we want to research because we want to publish on that. And in that process, we disregard, what the community actually brings to the table. So in this presentation, I'm going to focus on nurturing relationships in community-university partnerships. You'll see the abbreviation. This is what came up through our research, CUPs, community university partnerships. So just a little bit of background, I already gave that. Engagement is big for us at the university. Our Vice-Chancellor has given her full support to engagement. You know, after her inauguration, they established the hubs of convergence that is seen as our gateway into the community and a gateway for the community to come into the university as well. For us to do research with the community, not on the community. And I mentioned the faculty's Center for the Community School. So this particular project was done with the Manyanu network of schools. It's 14 under-resourced schools, public schools. And this is one of the things that we're still struggling with in education. 30 years after our birth into democracy, is that we still have unequal distribution of resources, and we still have 80% of our schools struggling with resources. But in Kabeja, this network of schools, and it's primary schools as well as high schools, they took on the notion of saying, we don't want to be called disadvantaged schools. We have resources amongst ourselves to become self-sustaining. And this attracted our attention, so we looked into it. Manyano, by the way, means coming together to resolve an issue. So in these schools, they had maths clubs, mathematics clubs to give extra classes. They had reading clubs without being paid. And they felt that this is something that they would like to share with other communities. They came to us, the Manyano Network. They asked us as a university, can you assist us? These are our goals. We want to expand this project. We want to disseminate the knowledge that we have on how to run maths clubs and reading clubs. And we want to develop a site coordinator's manual to help train other volunteers in other communities to do the same in their communities. This we said we'll assist. We had regular meetings and workshops with them and worked towards attaining their goals. And in this paper of 2 years, obviously we based, or the research was framed by Boyer's community engagement model with the 4 domains of engagement focusing on discovery, what is the problem, as well as integrating it, teaching as, you know, how can we address this issue, and the application. I'm going to run through this quickly. I think this is quite important, the methodology, because we use participatory action research, as you heard from Silindile as well. And these were the guiding questions that we asked after the completion of the project. We asked the site coordinators these guiding questions, and we asked them to do a narrative free writing exercise. We looked at the answers, the responses that we got from them. The questions was, what is your understanding of community engagement? What worked in this partnership? What did not work? What enhanced relationships? And what served as barriers? And rich data came from this. We did a thematic analysis. Some of the key themes spoke to mutual benefit in a community-university partnership, reciprocity, and knowledge ownership. Who owns the knowledge? So this was some of the things, and I think this just shows again the fact that there is such a diverse understanding of what community engagement partnerships entail. The one on top by Holland and Ramelli is what we refer to, but because of this multiple perspectives, it does complicate how people understand the work that is being done. Just look at a comment from one of the site coordinators that says, the university, only come to us when they need help, and then they forget about us. They then go and present our projects to the world. And I think this is why, we invite them to come along to actually present in their own voice as well. What worked well? Site coordinators identified that they were able to develop the manual, they developed confidence, and they became agents of change. Challenges that was experienced despite, and this we felt as university academics as well, despite our VC being pro-community engagement, this has not infiltrated the institutional culture yet, because develop our research around their needs. Shared ownership, that they should be treated as equal partners in the partnership, that their knowledge should be acknowledged that they bring into the partnership. Mutual benefits, it cannot be that it's just for us to take away and come and present at conferences. They should be included. In this particular project, for example, we had our community partners travel to national conferences with us to present on their experience of this. And it should be there should be a lasting takeaway from the project. It cannot be that it's just something to do research and nothing happens after that. And finally, acknowledgement of community knowledge and experience, and I've spoken about that already. Colleagues, that is, in a brief, what I tried to summarize about this project. Thank you very much. So I don't have a slide that says, any questions, please. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. So, my question is about how you mentioned briefly at the end that this work necessarily isn't recognized in the workforce yet. What do you think are the next steps to make that happen?
Look, we are actively involved in pushing for that to be included in the workload. We are, at the moment, there's a workload model that was proposed to Senate, and it's now come back to the faculties for our input. And on this workload model, we've included engagement now, specifically with hours that will be allocated to academics for the work that they do in terms of engagement. And I think this comes from, because if you don't have the support of top management for this, it's never going to happen. Right. And with our Vice Chancellor making that a priority, emphasizing it in an inaugural speech, that she wants this engagement with the community, that this should be a community university. I think it's sort of filtered into the way we do things and approach things now. So it's going to be included. It's in circulation at the moment. It's going to serve at Senate in November again, and then we'll take it forward.
That's great to hear. And just for comparison, you mentioned the buckets. So we have teaching, scholarship, and service, and ours in services in our mission. But then when you look at the service that's presented in the workforce, it's reviewing journals. It's very discipline specific and discipline heavy. And although we, Niagara, have a community aspect, it's one of like 5 areas that you can have for service. So it's so small and yet such a big part of our mission. So I found that interesting that you're pushing that. So that's great work.
Yeah, we actually, service resides under engagement with us. So we do have, and Deirdre and Noluvo and them presented yesterday on a service learning program. But it's called engagement at the institution because it comprises of different things. But yeah, the struggle continues.
You answered one of the questions there, thank you. The question I had, I want to go back, because I love the idea of research with the community rather than on the community, working with doctoral students. The question I had is, did you find the work you did with bringing people along helped break down some of those power struggle ideas or the imbalance of power and more of an acceptance? And I say that because often when I tell them, I get a sense that, oh, you're them and we're us. And were you able to break any of those barriers down?
I must admit that we did see a change. They did grow in confidence, and they were more open to voice their opinions, because I think there was a concerted effort from our side to make them feel as if they were equal partners. And I think, if I think back, Deirdre, of one of the incidences, that happened during this 2-year period was we had our meetings on our Missionville campus, and one of the things actually that I skipped over there was we also realized that the meeting should not just take place at the university because it puts them completely out of their comfort zone, that we should actually go to their spaces to have the meetings, not wanting to use us and them again. One of the things that came out was, for example, when they had to come to the meetings, the security guards at our gates did not want them to come in because they didn't have a university card. A simple thing like that, and we could talk about it to explain them that, we're still working with this traditional system of a university where these kinds of excess control is required, because we believe that that's going to keep us safe within the university. But we were able to take that matter forward, because we said, what would make you feel better? Do you want a card? Because we can arrange a card for you. Or do you want us to speak to the university securities and tell them that you are part of a project? But I think the fact that we included them in the resolution of the problem also made them feel, that what they are doing for us are appreciated and that they mean something and they are valued.
Question is mine. Thank you.
Can you ask that question back in Building 11?
No, Madam Dean, I'm asking the question right now because I'm grappling with something, and I think the idea of involving the community is so important.
Yeah.
And in terms of the work that we do, when we engage with communities, whether it's the department or whoever, especially when it's funded work, we also have to include monitoring, evaluation, and learning within it. So I'm trying to make sense of how then do I involve the community that I work with in that work of MEL, as it were. Could you share any strategies with us?
And Deirdre could possibly add, because we also got funding for this project. And we got the funding from the university. And the university expected one of us to manage the funding. So it went into an account that was managed by Deirdre, for example. And during the project, some of the community members felt, we want to know about this funding. We don't want you to use the funding and we're not benefiting from the funding. And we realized then that it's important to involve a community member in that funding process from the very beginning. And also to, have an open policy, even if it means that you include the community member in the approval of how funds will be used. I don't know whether you want to add something on that, Deirdre?
Prof. Sina, I think what was important in this process was also that the community members wrote their own manual in terms of how to start literacy clubs, reading clubs, maths clubs with parents at your school. The idea was not to only have it in the Manano schools, but how do you take it further? How do we cascade this model? And they were the writers of it, they're the presenters of it, and they receive an income when they do it with other schools. So this is part of empowerment. It's also part of how we cascade the learning that happens amongst all of us. And we don't need to go to conference only and write articles on it. But these are also ways of delivery for our community members.
And I think if I can just add on that now, that we made it clear from the very beginning that the funds that's generated from disseminating the training manuals, that belonged completely to the community volunteers. It was their knowledge It's their manuals. We assisted with the development. So any income that was generated from disseminating and distributing that completely belonged to them. Last question. Oh, sorry. We can talk over dinner. Thank you very much. Thanks, Caitlin.
Thank you. Okay, so in a second, I'm going to put a QR code on the main screen. So we ask that you take your cameras out and scan the QR code before we go up for the campus tour. So we're going to scan the code, and then we will head out, and we will start our campus tour. Oh. Yes, I would take all of our items with us. We'll check with Jackie.